everyone, and good evening. I hope you're all doing well today. We've got a fun time ahead of us. We got something a little different today. Not only am I here, but I actually have a guest with me today. Hello there. I have a good friend of mine here with me on Discord who you might have seen in a few of the prior streams or heard me talk about, but my friend Cold is here with me today. What do you mean no Twitch yet, Teenage Anarchist? I am on Twitch, but I'll introduce him here, and then we'll go through our hello queue and say hi to everybody. And then we'll get started because there's a lot of elves and there's a lot of goblins, and it's time to get some grudges. And we're gonna hopefully get all the way to the point where we can go punch Malekith in the face. Maybe that'll be like the end goal for the campaign. In any event, I hope you're all doing well, and I do want to go ahead and, if you haven't heard about Cold, you might have seen him in the chat. I think on YouTube he goes by They Call Me Cold. But he is a very good friend of mine. Man, we've been friends for like a while now. At least like right after Total Warhammer 1 was announced. And
definitely.
Yeah, and he is, I think I described him a few days ago when we were talking about him as literally a dwarf from Warhammer Fantasy personified and dragged kicking and screaming into our world, which is probably why his lungs reject it on a daily basis. But he just got out of surgery a while ago, and he's feeling good enough to talk, and I feel like keeping him company, so he's here for the stream.
Hello, everyone.
And I'm actually glad you got a new PC, because compared to your old mic, it all sounds a lot better. To be frank.
I'm glad.
Anyway, before we get too rolling, I'm going to go ahead and say hello to everybody in chat, and then we will get started, and we'll just talk about random crap, answer questions, hang out, have a good time, chill stream while we're just killing all the new DLC garbage. So, hellos. Misha, of course, thanks for being here. I'm so glad Misha's back. We've got Servant of the Great Horned Rat, Sergeant Spaghetti, Traditional Bud, Olam84, Teenage Anarchist, Zindman, Lord Inquisitor Ignis, Dr. Zero, Citizen Kane, Ungrim Ironfist, Jake Woo, Don Tavarusa, Brandon Miller, Mike Murray. We got Volrim, Dodo, Biofoot78, Andrew Weibert, William King. Hello, I love your books, even though I know that's probably not you. Fraser Matthewson, Ethan Boxman, Liam Hosking. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, we do intend to punch Malekith. Don't worry about it. Sexy Goblin, Changer of Ways. Good to see you, my dude. Phoenix Kelly, Pablo Zars, John Christopher Beardsley. Perfect name for this stream. Tyrant Keeper and Talos. Hello, hello. Then over on Twitch, we've got Couch Gains 123, Alitair, Azure Badger. Good evening to you as well. Archaon 1, Desolated Maggot, ETG View, and Undertaker number 1, Ismuius, and Puro 1704. I'm good today. I'm okay today. I guess I shouldn't say good. I said I'm okay.
You're managing.
Yeah, I've had kind of a meh day in regards to certain things. But for those who haven't read the title, we are going to be playing Grombrindal today.
Our enemies shall tremble.
So we're going to be playing the most angry of angry dwarves, and we're going to be doing a very hard campaign with hard battle difficulty because I'm trying to get I'm trying to get a achievement. So let's get into it.
No, besides, I mean, Crag, but Grom is right there.
Well, Crag's not playable right now.
Yeah,
One day.
Which makes me butt hurt all the time.
What does ELGI mean? ELGI is the dwarf Khazalid word for elf. I think they've also attached some derogatory terms to it since the War of Vengeance happened.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure just the word itself requires them to spit afterward.
Okay, so Grim Harbinger on Twitch asked, do I think the ability spam is getting too crazy? I do not. I'm assuming this is in regard to the Indie Pride video that he put out this week. Now, I'll admit I still have to sit down and watch it before I might make a response to it because so many people are asking me about it. But I do not think there's too much ability spam in the game. I really don't. I think I think that some of the abilities that made it in with this patch, like the fanatics being changed and the fermented fungi, were accidentally a little overpowered, but that'll be hopefully an easy fix, and then we'll be back to normal. I think it's an overreaction. But that being said, I do need to watch the video before I like give a hardcore response to it.
I don't know, Sotek. Do elves have an elf word for dwarf? Or is it just dwarf?
I'm pretty sure there is an Eltherin rune / word for dwarf, but I do not know it off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up. So Eltherin, despite elves being like one of the big races in Warhammer Fantasy, Games Workshop did not go super ham with like exploring their culture and language as in depth as they did with the dwarves and humans. I'll put it this way. We know more about the Lizardman language, Saurian, and more about the Chaos language, which is called Dark Tongue, than we do about Eltherin. And Khazalid we know a ton about. Like, if you actually want to, there are books you can buy that'll teach you everything you need to know to, like, flat out be able to speak and understand all the grammatical rules and everything of Khazalid, which is amazing.
Which I'm a pretty big fan of.
Wow, I forgot how overpowered Grombrindal is. Mighty Beard of Defense. AP and melee defense for all units when defending. Oh. And we're also playing the first, we're also playing, in my opinion, the closest figure to Warhammer Jesus that actually exists in the lore, because he came back from the dead because he was too angry to stay dead. Even Sigmar had to wait, like, thousands of years before he was able to pull off that magic trick. There's a mod that adds night visuals and a day-night cycle for campaign. Oh, I might actually get that. That sounds really good.
Yeah, I was looking at that when I started going through the mods list.
And if y'all have any questions for Colt, feel free to just angle them towards him, and I will pass them along. Oh, someone here. Colt, you're pretty knowledgeable in Lord of the Rings, right? I think more than me, at least.
Depends on what it is.
Okay, this has to do with Tom Bombadil.
Okay.
Okay, this guy asked, do you think Tom Bombadil could defeat Grombrindal in a fight, or do you think Grombrindal would win? I don't know anything about Grombrindal, or Bombadil.
Bombadil, I mean,
like,
he's kind of cheesy character as is, but so is Grombrindal.
I was gonna say, the only thing I know about him is he's like kind of a demigod, but he also doesn't fight. Or something. Like, he's more like a weird nature dude that lives out in the forest. Ooh, which ancestor god do we go with right now? We could go with Grugni for research and construction. We can make Grombrindal super pissed. Valea to nuke enemy winds of magic and get casualty replenishment, or Grimnir to get super strong. Let's go Grugni, because God, I love research. I love good research.
I would put with Valea when I was with...
I just don't need casualty replenishment right now.
Especially because of just like the lore of him loving her.
Oh yeah. Man, Valea had a very interesting relationship, or is a very interesting figure, due to her, like, how beloved she was with Grimnir, Snorri, and aka Grombrindal, and then Grugni. But I guess that's what happens when you're like the only female in your entire race for a while.
Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for her.
Well, and she got the absolute worst raw deal in the end times.
Yes, she did. It's one of the things I wish you could go back and redo.
Like, it's fitting because of how tragic it is, but man, I really hope there's an Age of Sigmar payoff to the relationship between the dwarves and Nagash because of what he did. Like, I really hope there's some big scene at some point that has them either getting her back, like getting her soul back, or just like punting a piece of Nagash into next oblivion for what he did.
Like, I literally would like see like Grugni and Gotrek just force Nagash to give her back.
Just punch him in the stomach till he just barfs her up.
Yeah, it's like have him on the floor and they're both just there punching his face until he gives her up.
Sir Titus asks if Vlad is not as amazing of a caster, why is Manfred always second fiddle? Because Vlad was a first generation vampire. Like, the thing about Vlad is while he's not as good of a wizard, like, he's not a bad wizard. Vlad was a pretty good wizard. He's just not as good as Manfred was. But Vlad is like 1,000 times more scary in close combat than Manfred is. Like, Vlad would manhandle Manfred in a fight so hard, it would not even be funny. And you have to remember that Manfred did not reach his pinnacle as a wizard until hundreds of years after Vlad was dead. You know, Manfred, when Vlad was alive, Manfred was known as Manfred the Acolyte, and he was kind of a punk. He was a treacherous punk, and he was really smart, but he was like nothing compared to Vlad. He had to work his way up to being what he is now.
Why didn't Valea show up in Age of Sigmar? Because she got consumed by Nagash.
Yeah, Nagash ate her. He devoured her essence because Neferata discovered where Valea was sleeping, and she led Nagash to it in exchange for Nagash not immediately obliterating her for being a treacherous servant that always is trying to backstab him. Wait a minute, Vlad is dead? In the canonical Warhammer timeline, Vlad von Karstein is dead until the end times. Gotrek and Felix. I might not get them this time, because I have heard there's a bug where if Gotrek dies for any reason, it like crashes your game. So I think we're gonna avoid them. As much as
just don't let Gotrek.
Oh yeah, sure. I am playing on very hard. Things happen.
I'm here now.
Ryan Whittock, thanks for the tip, my dude. He asks, Are dwarves really better at smithing than elves, including rune forging? Why is this? Just Games Workshop deciding, or a deeper lore reason? So, there is a lore perspective to it, which is ultimately that when the old ones made the dwarves, the old ones taught the very first dwarves through some really weird shenanigans. They taught them the art of rune crafting, and they were specialized as like the master crafters. Because the dwarves are the only characters in the Warhammer universe who are so good at crafting that they can literally pluck the winds of magic out of the very air and force it to submit to them into a certain form that they want. You know, even the elves do not have the ability to do that. Elves are very, very good and gifted at various forms of magic. You know, elves can do things like they are able to make fabulous enchanted weapons that can do, like, crazy powerful things. But dwarves are just the absolute... Like, they're the boss when it comes to full-on crafting. Though elven and dwarven crafting, you could say that elves are better in a certain aesthetic sense. Like, they're better at certain kinds of crafting, but dwarves tend to hold the crown overall.
Who calls me? You have my eye.
I heard a rumor that Manfred stole Vlad's ring, so he died. It's a little more complicated than that, actually. Manfred was the one who secretly informed the Grand Theogenist at the time. He was the one that told the Grand Theogenist that Vlad could be killed permanently, well, pseudo-permanently, if you took his ring. he was the one who told the Grand Theogenes who was so insane because he was like fasting and doing a bunch of crazy religious stuff, trying to get Sigmar to answer his prayers, that he thought Sigmar was the person who told him that. So when he, so they unleashed the best thief they had to go steal Vlad's ring, and Manfred made sure that the thief was not only able to get into their camp, but succeeded and got away. And then Manfred, I believe, went on to like stab him in the back or something, and take the ring and bury it where no one would ever find it. Because, you know, Manfred.
And you throw it into a swamp.
Yeah, something like that. Nobody knows where he hid it, but in the end times, Nagash somehow found it. Magic.
No, as Nagash is OP like that.
Yep. Well, you have to imagine, because according to the lore, Nagash was the one who gave Vlad that ring in the first place. So you have to imagine that Nagash has some kind of, like, built-in find me function. Like, magical devices. He has to, right?
Just because, you know, he can locate all his own objects. I'm sure he does that for pretty much everything else.
Oh, man. I can't imagine how infuriated Nagash was just waiting for thousands of years for, like, Archon to get his crap together and go get his stuff. What skill point mod do I use? I would link it, but every time I try and pull up the Steam page for it, it crashes, so I don't know if anyone can download it anymore. However, there's another one by a guy called Sibidee, which is S-E-B-I-D-E-E. Just look up his name, and you'll find the 2 skill points for Lords Only mod that you can get. Okay, Cold, I've got a question for you. How would you, if you had CA's attention for a half second, how would you propose, not to put you on the spot, how would you propose having dwarves confederate as like a mechanic? Like, what would you want their idea to revolve around?
Well, so Ben and I have been doing, you know, a lot of like talking about like his dwarf campaign that he's been running, and we've been getting into pretty deep conversations about how dwarves go into like debates. Like, dwarves are the master debaters of the Warhammer world, like, hands down, because they have, like, titles for, like, timekeeper and stuff like that. And these, you know, prestigious titles. I am the timekeeper of this debate format. I think it should be something like that, because just going in and being like, hey, we're going to confederate, like, there has to be certain conditions that need to be met for
like each hold.
Yeah,
that could be kind of cool, like a quest system. Like, you have to impress them in some way, or like pull off something to prove you're better at it than they are, so they'll like sign up.
Yeah, like if you're playing the dwarfs, I mean, for like Zufbar, maybe you have to build a certain engineering building or something to prove to them that you're kind of like progress.
I like that idea. Okay, we do have some more questions here in chat just popping up all over the place. Why do I raise settlements before taking them? Because if you raise a settlement, it becomes a ruin, and then you search the ruin and you get free magic items, which are crucial for dwarves because then you just break them down and turn them into rune items. Aren't elves just the best all-around race that the old ones created? They have long lifespans. No, actually, fun fact, the elves were the first race that the old ones created, and when they created the elves, they went like really hardcore with all of their features, and then they looked at them and realized, oh, we messed up. Like, really bad. Like, they goofed pretty hard. Because the elves are just so naturally bound to the winds of magic and some other issues that they have, and they have like a really bad arrogance streak, that the old ones realized that they were flawed creations, and they just immediately like threw them to the side, or like, okay, we can't use that. That being said, while elves are very, very long-lived, even the only type of elf, I'll put it this way, the only type of elf that can go toe-to-toe with a dwarf smith, like an actual dwarf smith, is known as a priest of Vol. And to become a priest of Vol is dangerous and requires a lot of sacrifice. The only way to become one is you have to dedicate yourself to the elf god known as Vol, and he will take your eyes. You have to ritually blind yourself. You have to put out your eyes, and by doing so, Vol enables the wielder to basically see the world in a different way and enhances their senses to the point that they become capable of crafting true masterpieces. Elves have to go through a whole ritual and some other nasty stuff to pull that off. Dwarves, they can just do that as long as they're able to pursue the right thing. But for dwarves, they refine it over hundreds of years, whereas elves tend to have thousands of years. But even with that advantage, elves struggle to keep up with dwarves. Dwarves just have, it's just something to their nature, and their patience is unmatched by any. Even the elves, the only race that's more patient than the dwarves are the Slann, and it's not necessarily that the Slann are actually more patient, it's that because the Slann are literally immortal, they just view time differently. But dwarves, despite the fact that they at best will usually live only a couple or few hundred years, they are hilariously patient. Which you need if you're going to be a craftsman who only takes perfection as the only option. Yeah, and even then, yes, like Grim Harbinger said in Twitch, Elven Smiths of Vol are not as good as they used to be because the greatest artifact they used to make their most powerful weapons and armor and stuff, which was known as the Hammer of Vol, was stolen from them by the guy who created Malekith's armor. His name was Hotek. Hotek the Traitor Smith. Why do I not play with max scale unit size? Because the game was not balanced for it, so it gets all wonky. Undertaker. Okay, Cold. Here's a proposal for you. What would you think of there being a specific major grudge for every dwarf faction, or at least every major dwarf faction? And once the grudge is confederated, you would then be able to. Once the grudge is satisfied, you'd be able to confederate. For instance, to get Karak Azul, it could be something like take Black Crag or kill Gorfang Rotgut.
That could be interesting, but I mean, for every hold, so what would you do for Karakadrin?
I don't know, kill Skeledrak and Carnadin? that tricksy colossal tier dragon that magically vanishes every couple of thousand years?
Yes.
That dragon, if you're a big Karak 8 Peaks person, that's a dragon you need to know about, because that's the dragon that likely caused the very first Slayer King. And she's still out there!
She's probably in Age of Sigmar now.
Oh no, I think
Okay.
hopefully she died in the end times. Could you imagine? The dwarves are like, well, at least the worst dragon ever is dead, and it's like, nope.
Nope. Still have to avenge this grudge. So that's a question I have. I know you're mostly centered on like fantasy stuff, but how do the dwarfs in Age of Sigmar view their old grudges? Do they feel that they're avenged because the world blew up, or do they still exist?
They don't remember them, is the main thing. Is that there are no records that the new dwarves have of the old dwarves. So for them, Age of Sigmar was a clean slate, not because they made a conscious decision of, oh, okay, like, everything's cool now. It was more of, they're not around for it. You know, the world blew up and took all the records with it. The only grudges that remain are the ones that Grimnir and Snorri took, or Grugni took with them. And even those are complicated because Grimnir died immediately after he came back because he was too stubborn to accept anything but a death grudge, or a death vow from Sigmar. And, and Grugni cared more about trying to fulfill his debt to Sigmar and get those things settled than he was interested in, like, hanging on to some of the older grudges. And that he was willing to put up with, like, Gorka Morka or Malarian as part of the Alliance of the Gods, even though he didn't like them. Just because he was there to fulfill his debt to Sigmar. But as soon as he fulfilled it, he peaced out because he didn't like any of those people. Even though he was the last, he was the, like, one of the only gods that did not betray Sigmar. It would be kind of amazing if the dwarves unearthed the Damas Kron in AOS. That would be hilarious. I wouldn't even be mad. Like, if it turned out that Damas Kron survived the world blowing up and the dwarves found it and that brought in a new faction, that would be hysterical.
Awesome.
They should do that. That would be great. That would be really interesting for those dwarves too, because there would actually be like some order alliances that would have some problems suddenly, because the dwarves would be like, "Hey, in this book it says that you did this," and like, we're gonna have our revenge. That's probably like the biggest thing they're missing right now in Age of Sigmar is like a dwarf faction that's very heavily vengeance focused. Because admittedly, the Fire Slayers are very much about oaths. Like, they're all about oaths, but they're not the vengeance heavy dwarves that we miss and love.
Like, me and like a lot of the
Who
other
is this?
dwarf
This is my
community-
friend Cold. He's recovering from a painful surgery, and so we're just hanging out and spending the times.
I am the dwarf of dwarfs.
Yeah, he's also yeah.
Wonderful.
He's the only human being I know who has no right to honestly still be here sometimes, but he's too angry to die, so it works out. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, I mean, most of the time I think it's like my hate and anger and my unfulfilled plans that are still keeping me like tied together, like glued.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I think without those, my body would just like fly apart.
Is Teclis in the Book of Grudges? No.
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure in the end times they would have put him in if they had time. Who would win, Abarash or Zacharias the Ever-Living? Ooh, that would be a hard one. If Abarash was on foot, I think Zacharias would win. If Abarash also had a zombie dragon, or at least a flying mount, then I think Abarash would probably win. I mean, Zacharias is very spooky because of his magic, but Abarash is a good enough fighter to make up for that. Glyphon says, I feel an immediate kinship to Cold, considering all my friends tell me I'm a dwarf trapped in a manling's body.
That is definitely what I've been told as well. I mean, before I even met you, Sotek, I was like, my old play group would call me, you know, things like that. You know, you are a dwarf. Or when I was in Texas, I don't remember if when I lived in Texas. No, I didn't know you when I lived in Texas. But one of the other things that people told me was that I am one lab accident away from becoming like a supervillain.
The dwarfs need me.
No, they just don't understand how hateful heroes can be. That's their mistake.
I am the
Oh, goodness. How would I like to see Oathstones implemented? I would like to see Oathstones removed from the tech tree and made into an active ability that all... Because technically they're in the tech tree right here. Oathstones, which give a bonus to all lords and heroes in your faction. But I would really like to see that removed and made into a battle ability for dwarf lords. And, like, Belagar still has his, which is really good. But I'd like to see that as an ability for the generic dwarf lord as well. And just make Belagar's a little better. Because Belagar has the mighty Oathstone. Because Belagar was apparently especially angry when he made his. So many highlighted messages. I know, Misha, I promise I will go back and change how expensive it is to make those. They're being a little abused because it's a little too cheap right now. Would Lewin at his peak be able to stand up to Archaon? Yes. Lewin Laneker at like his absolute height would be able to fight Archaon. And it would be a scary fight for Archaon. I don't think Lewin would beat him due to like plot shenanigans. But it would that's a fight that you would see that's a fight that you would see Archaon get wounded in, for instance.
You know who I am?
Bararabu. God.
I was just trying to figure out how to pronounce that.
Yeah,
name.
yeah. I'm taking a shot in the dark, but yeah. Once Runelord's in the game, you are preaching to the choir, the angry, mustached and bearded choir.
Yeah, I've been waiting for like Thorgrim, or not Thorgrim,
Thoric.
Thoric and Crag, or something equivalent for a long. I think since game one, right?
Since they announced the game was coming out.
Since they announced the game was coming out, yeah. I am all about runesmiths.
Do I think Warhammer 3 and Creative Assembly will make a mechanic that lets you change capitals? How do I answer this? I think they will address the capital issue. That is my response. I can't say anything better than that.
I'm ready. You have my axe. Organs. Don't you fret.
They're aware of the issue. There, I'll put it that way.
Malik is more powerful before he became like Metal Man, or is he more power after?
No, I would say he was more powerful after. Although I'm sure he was much happier before, and he was very powerful before. Like, he was a greatly skilled fighter. His magic was not nearly as good before he got put in the armor. And the armor, as much as he hates it, it does incredibly augment his strength. Okay, let's get some proper rune items on Grombrindal. Get these stupid heretic items out of here.
Jacobson, we have listened to that and we both loved it.
Yeah. I sent that to Cold just the other day. Oh man, they're so good. Those I actually messaged them on Twitter to ask if I could ever convince them to do something for Warhammer Fantasy. Like, I would write it for them, whatever. Oh god, I would kill for them to do a Warhammer Fantasy version. But I don't know if they check their Twitter, or even if they did, if they would ever respond, or if they'd just be like, "Who's this weird guy?" and then like never respond. Yeah, let's get speed and Strider on Grombrindal. That way he can just run into those fights and smack people in the face. Oh, I can get one more.
Well, Grombrindal is like a demigod. Cragdgrim, yes, he is the oldest dwarf alive because he was alive during the War of Vengeance.
Yep. Yeah, the Crag the Grim is what we call a living ancestor, and that is not a role you get lightly. Like, you have to... Man, the rune trees all, like, mixed around, which is kind of weird. It's not a huge deal, but it's noticeable.
Since I haven't played in a long time, have they added anything to the rune tree, or is it still the same?
No, it's still the same. The only thing they've changed about the dwarves recently was that they have been constantly improving all the various copters, so now they're actually kind of good. They're not amazing, but they're notably better. Like the gyro bomber now has suppressive fire on its little Gatling gun, so it like slows people down while it's shooting on it. Question for Cold from Twitch: who's your favorite Warhammer character?
Stotek can answer this in like 3 seconds.
I'll give you a hint. He's been talking about him. It starts with a K, and ends with a rag.
I mean, I am a super fanboy of Crag the Grim, even though he has so little like written lore about him. I would love like a story about Crag the Grim, but there's more about like his master than there is of him.
Yeah, that is true, actually.
Because I played Warhammer tabletop for a long time, just like Sotek has, and I remember when I could play Crag the Grim and his special rules, and that's why I like them a lot. But if I had to say like another character, like maybe in Total War that's already there, I like Belagar. I really do like Belagar.
I am the White Dwarf.
But give me a runesmith, and I will choose runesmith all the time.
Is Greg the Crim powerful, or is he just super old? He's also very scary. No, yeah, Crag the
It's super cool.
Crag the Grim is probably, like, of the defenses that protect Karazakarak in the top 3, you have, you know, like, all the amazing, powerful runes the Ancestor Gods put there when they first made the hold. You have all, like, their crazy artillery and stuff, and then there's just Crag.
If I remember correctly, his master rune, maybe it wasn't his master rune, but one of his runes for his hammer in tabletop made Crag have strength 10. And so his hits were like cannonballs.
Yeah, well, yeah, so Crag the Grim is a character, he's gotten so old to the point he really can't go out, like, adventuring and all this stuff anymore. Plus, I think he could not be arsed to do it, even if it was, like, important. Like, it would have to be something super important for him to give two shits. But, if you could motivate Crag to actually go out with you, his rune crafting is unparalleled. The sad thing is that he's just so old at this point, he is more of a living... He's more of like almost a living religious figure than anything else. But if Karazakarak is attacked, he's down there fighting, and he's gonna wreck some face. Like, I would say if you're fighting dwarves, or dwarves are out, like, exploring the world and stuff, the most powerful rune lord you're ever gonna run into is gonna be, like, Thoric Ironbrow. And Thoric Ironbrow is the most experienced guy when it comes to, like, Anvils of Doom. But, like, if you're going for someone who, like, the enemy would walk up to and they could just kill them in a disturbingly fast fashion with, like, a single hit, it would be Crag. You know, it's like, by the same technicalities that Hellebrand is the strongest Dark Elf character, Crag the Grim is technically the strongest, dwarf character, just because he can hit like literally hit like a god. But age is a bitch.
I mean, dwarfs get more powerful and stronger and everything with age, but Crag is just so old, I think even his dwarven body is just forced to slow down. He's like a moving mountain.
Oh wow, I think they actually fixed this quest battle, because the Everpeak Air Corps actually showed up way faster than they normally do. Normally they don't show up till the battle's already over, and here the goblins haven't even made it to my line yet.
They're saying in chat that Hellebrand is the strongest Dark Elf.
So, okay, let me rephrase. The reason I said in the same way that Hellebrand is the strongest, I meant when it comes to, like, being able to deliver a physical blow. Hellebrand wields this really, really scary dagger. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. But her dagger is so disgustingly venomous and is so deadly that to be struck by it is basically instant death. Like, there are very, very few characters who could take a series of attacks from Hellebrand and still be alive. Almost everyone would just die instantly. The only characters that could survive Hellebrand's assaults are either characters that have, like, hysterically powerful magic items, or they are characters that have or they are characters that have
War machine ready.
the ability to nullify magic weapons. How come I'm playing as Grombrindal? Because I haven't played as Grombrindal in like years, and I asked Cold what dwarf we should play, and he said Grombrindal, so that's what we're doing. Plus, I mean, when there are elves and goblins all over the place because of the new DLC, who are you going to call? And Grombrindal is the right answer. If you say anything else, you're wrong. Nobody hates elves like Grombrindal. All the other dwarf characters weren't even alive for the War of Vengeance. Playable. Playable dwarf characters.
Playable. Yeah. Plus, dwarves are the best, so why not?
Alatera, yeah, I saw the change they made to dwarf slayers in the Ungrim campaign. I think that's an awesome change. That makes Ungrim so much better with his slayers, and is also going to give me nightmares about the next time I try and play Azhag, since Azhag is right. Oh, I don't know if I told you this, Cold, or if you heard about it, but they finally moved Azhag to Red Eye Mountain.
Oh, thank the gods.
It's a very nice start position. Does Grombrindal remember his life as Snorri Whitebeard? Yes, he knows who he is. He did not wake up with amnesia and start wandering around. That's why he's so angry all the time.
That, and he sees where the dwarfs are, and I think it just pisses him off more, seeing how the dwarves are versus how they used to be.
Yeah. Okay, normally I would put this runesmith directly into our army, but you know what? We're still gonna do that. We'll let this runesmith try and catch up with Grombi. We'll just upgrade the Pillars of Grungni next, so that we can get a Thane, and we're gonna send the Thane to Carrick Norn so we can start working on Grombrindal's quest items. Also, here, I'm gonna rename this guy to Crag the Grim just for you. Who better to join up with
the two oldest, grumpiest freaking dwarves in the world together?
You could not pay me to be within a mile of those two.
Yeah, I would never want to be in the same area as them.
What do I think about Morgrim Elgi Doom? He's a great character. Morgrim was great. All of the characters in the War of Vengeance saga, except Kalidor II, were great. Kalidor II was terrible, but everyone else was pretty awesome. Kalidor II was like Games Workshop trying and successfully accomplishing trying to create like an anime villain that you just hate from the outset and you just want him to die the entire time. And they just hit it out of the park. I never liked Kalidor II. Even from like a pure elven perspective, he's just the worst. Yeah, he's the Joffrey of Warhammer Fantasy. That's absolutely correct. He was only king because his dad was king, and he was just the worst.
Spoiled, rotten little brat.
Daniel Martin, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Retake the realm. Quick hypothetical. If the end times didn't happen and the world just kept on changing, would the southern Norska tribes slowly become more and more friendly to the realms of men to the point of semi-peace, as they did, and would they start to get along? So, the Norskins, outside of an end time scenario, especially the southern Norskins, are a really interesting theory group. Because of what you mentioned, they actually did have a lot of friendly relations with neighboring realms, whether it was the Kislevites, the Empire, and even the Norscan dwarfs. Like the Norscan dwarfs' primary trade partner were the non-crazy tribes of men. However, ultimately you have to remember that no matter what, they would be facing extreme, I don't know if prejudice is the right word, but they would be facing very extreme circumstances from the other tribes, to the point of just a lot of if they were not super warlike and they started to transition to a more peaceful society, the ultimate problem with that is then they would immediately get curb stomped by the others. Because in Norska, you have to be violent to survive. Otherwise, you will not. Either a greater tribe is going to dominate you, or you're going to get killed by the very environment itself. The only way they could become more peaceful and survive would be for them to leave. As unfortunate as that is. Do the Norscan dwarves have some powerful characters? Their king was pretty powerful. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he was not a slouch. What do I need for Grombrindal item-wise? Just armor? Oops. Yes, I need a piece of armor. What can I craft? Let's see. I do have a speed buff, so I could give him the veteran's armor. But I kind of just want Grombrindal to be even faster. So let's give him the Slayer Bracers. I want Grombrindal rollerblading around the battlefield, just slapping people.
I'm here, pal.
Who am I playing with? I'm playing with a good friend of mine named Cold. He is a very good buddy of mine, and we've been able to finally recently catch up and be chatting and stuff because he's finally out from a pretty hard surgery. So we're just hanging out, shooting the shit, and having a good time. And he's also like a dwarf put into a body and forced to suffer through the idiocy of our universe. So that's fun. Dragonheart455, thanks for the tip, my dude. In the first Hellebron in game that was broken as hell, was she lore friendly? Almost. See, the Hellebron we had that was busted in Total War Warhammer, the one that was like super overpowered to the extent that it was just hilarious. Her damage was accurate. And that, yeah, she should be super OP, but she was too tanky. You have to remember that Hellebron in tabletop was a glass cannon. She could hit like a truck, but a stiff breeze would kill her.
How can I help?
Why don't the Skaven have flying machines? I want you to think very, very carefully of how recklessly and stupidly the Skaven design all their machines, and then ask me that question again.
It's just like, I don't know how they managed to make submersibles
They
without
only had
constantly
one.
drowning.
They only made one that was like good, and Thankwell stole it, and then it got destroyed, which made Clan Scryer really upset because Gotrek blew it up.
Yeah, I remember that story. It was pretty funny.
There are a lot of Skaven ships, but Skaven ships, there's only one clan that specializes in them, and they are not even Scryer aligned. Like, they're on the Council of 13 just because they figured out how to make reliable boats. Are there regular... Oh, okay.
Hey.
Yeah, we're on the same question. I would say no, but that's not because of a lack of hatred between the two factions, but rather a lack of opportunity between the two factions. The dwarves very, very rarely go out to the Darklands, which they call, what's their name for it? Is it Zorn Uzkul? Like the Great Skull Lands? Because the dwarves know that, honestly, there's nothing of value. There is nothing worth going out there for. Like, they know there are things of value if you cross the Darklands, and get to, like, the Mountains of Morn and stuff, but it's just not worth the trip. To most dwarves. Some dwarves were like, screw it, I'm going. And we don't hear from them very much.
They barely ever make it back. Or they probably barely ever even make it there.
Yeah, so that being said, when the Chaos Dwarves are sighted in the old world, the Dawi will pack up and go to war. That was actually one of the major events of the original Storm of Chaos, was the Storm of Chaos kind of brought the Chaos Dwarves back into the fold as being really important. The Slayer Keep, like Kadak Kadrin heard about the Chaos Dwarves coming, and they were on that. They were ready to go. You can actually read about that battle if you get the Dwarf Omnibus book. It features in the story about... It's at the very end of the story about Barrendon Stoneheart, and it's a great battle.
Yeah, the Zufbar story.
Zufbar and Kadak Kadrin fought the Chaos Dwarves, and it was amazing. Like, it's easily one of the most awesome battles from the Storm of Chaos.
Chaos Dwarfs seem pretty OP. I mean, they can be in certain situations, but, like, I think dwarfs, like regular dwarfs versus Chaos Dwarfs, I think they're just so outnumbered by dwarfs alone, which is really hard to say. Like, dwarves are outnumbered.
Yeah.
But at least they have like hobgoblins and stuff making up some of their fodder lines. But I still think, like in a traditional match, I think a dwarf would crack a chaos dwarf.
Changer of Ways giving a huge tip. Thank you, my dude. Really appreciate it. Says, name the Iron Drakes the replacement killers. 10 points to anyone that gets the reference. That one soared over my head. If someone... Do you get it? I don't get that one. The replacement killers.
I'm here.
Replacement killers.
I don't know if
Are we
that's...
talking about?
That's what he wants me to name the Iron Drakes.
Oh. Replacement killers.
I'm assuming that's like a movie reference.
Yeah.
Sorry, that one soared over my head. I would be happy to see someone in chat explain, though. Oh, they added a new dwarf clan to the game as well. Cold. They added clan Helheim.
Helheim.
Yep, one of the Ekron clans.
Hmm.
They're out in the dragon graveyard being pissed at dragons. So how do they compare in terms of martial prowess? You have to remember that Chaos Dwarves are kind of a motley bunch in that it is difficult. Dwarves, we have a really good idea of what the standard dwarf is like. Chaos Dwarves, totally different, because you have to remember they have mutations. And the instant you introduce mutations, things get super confusing. And, like, almost impossible to predict. Alright, Mount Gumbad is ours, as it should be. Cole, do you remember Mount Gunbad's dwarf name? It slips my mind.
Literally just thinking about it.
Because I will switch it if we can remember what it is. Part of me is tempted to go Valea this time for casualty replenishment. Yeah, let's do it.
I don't think it had a different name.
I could have sworn it did. Gunbad sounds so orky.
It's linked to, Lord of the Rings.
Well, that's true. Why do I raise the city first? Because I like to search for items, though I may have forgotten to do it that time. Now I think about it. Oh, also another fun fact for you, Cole. They added a ton more Skaven to the old world. So there are actually Skaven to fight all over the place.
All the time?
Huh?
You have to kill Thagaraki all the time?
Yep, so there are Skaven now in Mordheim. There are Skaven in one of the Zufbar provinces, Carrick Dromar, where Bugman's Brewery is for some reason. And they also changed the settlement next to Carrick Norn, south of Skarsnik. They changed that to Fester Spike, and that's where another clan is. And there's also more Skaven clans in the Badlands now, so it's not just like greenskins everywhere.
You know who I am.
Interesting.
Which I find awesome, because there's more stuff to punch now.
Can Skaven do an Undercity with dwarves?
They can, but, I mean, it's pretty easy to discover it. I would really like dwarves to just have, like, a bonus to detect it, you know?
Yes.
Karak Thrawn? Oh, that's right. Well, oh, you know what? I've got my dwarf book here. I can just look. Well, and the tricky part is it wasn't really a hold. It's a mine.
Just a major mine for a special gem, and that was
heavily expanded on in Warhammer Online.
Yeah.
Warhammer Online is like most of the major lore updates for Mount Gunbad.
My books, it's just because I'm looking through the books too.
Yeah, I don't think it has
Gunbad.
a different name.
Because they call them Gunbad dwarfs.
That's true.
Fearless
Oh.
and unbreakable.
Haha, you fool! I have lightning strike. Prepare to get spanked.
Brun-
Thagaraki is just Skaven.
Yeah.
Storm Vermin have a slightly different term.
Brendaraz was expanded upon in the online game as an ore that you could get. But in the lore, it's actually a gem, a special gem that they revere or really liked. Like the jewelry guilds love that gem.
It's also, and in Warhammer Online, they went with the idea that Brendraz is like a critical component to forging like really high tier runes. Like it's like a must-have for certain types of rune crafting. That was the explanation. Which, you know, it's technically canon, so there you go. But that dungeon was also, like, super fun. I need to... they've actually, like, had some more major updates for Return of Reckoning, and I just put it back on my PC. Really want to get back to playing that.
Dude, I haven't played that in a long time. But you always play
Well, I
Chaos.
want to play Order, though. Because I want to play
I
want to play
every time you went in, every time you went in, you're always like, "Let's go play Chaos."
Well, yeah, I like
no,
I like the demon summoning.
Kill dwarves.
I got it out of my system though. I want to play Ironbreaker now.
No, I can't. I can't, in good conscience, kill a dwarf.
Didn't we kill a dwarf in our Chaos campaign with Jacob?
I think no. I mean, I was a Chaos dwarf, which
maybe that's what it was.
And he died, which made me so sad, and a lot of people like foul sad. I think it made you sad too.
Because you have to remember though, that was the catalyst for getting Izzy kicked out of all the RPs, so it was a worthy sacrifice. Okay. That was literally the straw that broke the camel's back. Look at all these pigs. We'll have to, I'll have to do a video about Return of Reckoning, like play it a little bit, and then maybe get a bunch of footage, make a video, and like get us a clan going again on the server.
Surprised you haven't
the
done
Discord
that.
server. I've just been, I have like so many things I have to do.
I know you have a million projects, and that's like been your bane for so long.
I know, it never ends.
There's many times when I've been like, Sotek, no, don't take on another project, no.
Like, I'm just trying to get the Ogre Kingdom Q&A finished at this point, and that is literally turning into just terror and nightmares. What do I think the next Lord Pack will be? There seems to be a very heavily believed rumor going around that it's going to be Wood Elves and Beastmen, which I would be totally for. I don't know if we're going to see the end to the mythical and much hated no DLC for DLC policy. If that's what it ends up being, like if they're like, okay, here you go, it's, yeah, thank you very much for the tip, dudes. I hear them. I will check them right after this. Like, if that ends up being true, then I'm going to be elated. If it's not that, I am praying to every god that will listen that it's Dwarves versus Skaven. I would love, like, Thoric Ironbrow versus Throat the Unclean. That would be great.
That would be really awesome.
Like, or hey, if they really wanted to come out of left field and give me, like, Dwarves versus Vampire counts, just so everybody could get something, I'd be even happier. How are you having a hard time? Oh, okay, you're shooting uphill. Okay, that's a little more forgivable. Yeah, you better run away while you're wawing, punks. Okay, we need to kill the greenskin leading this army, and we should be okay. Oh no, they've gotten on my iron drakes. What were my thoughts on the assassination of Vulcan during the Storm of Chaos? Looked pretty fishy. It was very fishy. That was the whole point. It was weird that the Skaven did that. Yeah, somebody it might have been you, but someone messaged me the other day asking what I thought about the idea that it was Karl Franz who, like, bargained with the Skaven to have it done. That seems a little underhanded for Franz, based on what I know about the character, even though he's kind of mysterious from a lore perspective. But I would not put it past some of the figures in the Empire to want him assassinated so that Franz would stay in power. I don't think Franz himself would ever commit to doing something that low. But I would not put it past some forms of Imperial authority to have Vulcan assassinated so that they don't have to deal with him being Emperor. Would Dark Elves versus Vampire counts work? Yes, though I think if they were going to do that, that's what the Shadow and the Blade should have been. I will never understand why we got Deathmaster Snitch versus Malice. That was the weirdest... Like, it worked, I guess, but it was the weirdest matchup. It would have made way more sense to do Skaven versus Dwarves and then Dark Elves versus Vampires. That way every single Game 1 versus Game 2 matchup happened. Which vampire count would I pit against the Dawi? Probably Zacharias the Everliving. Or Neferata, one of those two. Okay, let me check those tips now. First, we got Undertaker. Thanks for the tip, my dude. You could try and contact them on their Patreon. Also, maybe name Grompeak Grund Ungor / Hammerdeep. I'm willing to call it Hammerdeep. Ungor is too close to Karak Ungor up north. Daniel Martin. Would dwarves be able to runecraft onto Ithalmor armor?
Yes.
Yeah, the only issue I could see them having with it is Ithalmor might be too frail. In that it is very tough, but its thing is that it's very light and thin, despite its strength. So, I mean, I'm sure they could do it, but you would need, like, a really skilled rune lord.
I mean, it's metal, it's tough, it's not wood, bone, or leather or anything. I believe a good runesmith could, yes.
Oh, let's go Ancestral Grudge. We're fighting, like, oodles of greenskins, so let's get that weapon.
Are there vampire dwarfs?
No.
No, there is not.
I would not... Yeah, vampire... Or dwarves can be vampires. They don't channel enough magic in their system. If you tried to make a dwarf a vampire, it would just fail completely.
Would the dwarf die? Or would they just resist it?
No, it would almost assuredly kill them. Because the whole point of the vampirism curse is that it kills you and then keeps you basically in a stint of suspended animation. The dwarf would just die and then not come back, because the magic wouldn't be able to animate him. Because when you're a vampire, you're animated by dark magic. The best way for them to fuel that is through drinking blood, but they can subsist on magic alone, which is what necrarchs do eventually, and that's why necrarchs tend to get all nasty looking.
Right.
But yeah, turning a dwarf into a vampire would be completely impractical. Are there dwarf tomb kings? Technically, there is one. There is one. There is a dwarf tomb king. I can't remember what his name is, but he's basically Moses. Except for if Moses had the attitude of a dwarf. And he is one of Neferata's uncles? Not Neferata, Khalida. I believe he was actually alive and died a long time before Khalida, but when they were resurrected as Tomb Kings, he refers to her as a niece. And he's very paternal and is a total badass.
Did dwarfs ever work with warpstone? No.
They tried
Chaos
once.
dwarf.
They tried. It didn't go well. Though, I will say, the dwarves did learn how to make warpstone work. Like, they actually figured out a way to make warpstone safe to use and create amazing, like, firepower and, like, machines out of it. But then a greater demon of Tzeentch basically used it against them and blew it all up. And it went off like a colossal nuke of green flame and mutating warp fire that almost almost completely destroyed the city of Badakvar, and after that the dwarves were like, never again.
During the War of Vengeance.
Yeah, that happened during the War of Vengeance. There was an engineer who was using warpstone to create airships that were being used to counter the dragons, and it was very successful until it backfired.
I thought he was creating like the first time ever used gunpowder.
He was, but he was using warpstone to do it. Like, grinded up warpstone. So it was insanely strong. And he made it safe.
Refined and everything, yeah.
Yeah. And it was very safe to use. Like, he perfected it. But, the demons played him, unfortunately. How do I move my units while maintaining march formation? The way there's like a key you can use for it, but the way, there's a button down here called set, is it set formation that does it? Maybe. But the way I do it is once I have them in the position I want, I hold down the Alt key, then I left click and drag. And if you want to rotate their facing while you're left clicking and dragging, then click and hold the Control key, and you can spin them about. Oh, they've got. Oh no! Stop! Or you could do that stupid thing I just did.
Pro dwarf build, 12 dwarf warriors and 8 bridge throwers.
I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't think. I'm sure that's feasible to do. I don't think I have the micro to do that. I'm sure Turin could make it work. Whenever I see dwarf, like good dwarf multiplayer people, they always have like just a stupid amount of thunderers and other ranged units, and they make it look like super easy. And then I try and do it, and I feel like a moron toddler trying to like do calculus.
They'll sing songs of this. It is an order. The White Dwarf. Iron Drake.
Great job, Iron Drakes. Way to get that friendly fire going.
Move! Yes! Yes! Vengeance! Miners! Vengeance! Yes, Lord! Down!
Roast those piggies! Oh, beautiful. Right before they could complete the charge. That's the best feeling.
Ranged fire!
They just get right up in your face, and it's just too late for them.
Gyropuncture! Power of the ancestors! Go!
We're a little short on infantry at the moment, but we're managing.
Ever asked, like, I probably have a good clue. It's like, Baradin, but
Maybe he wasn't a Dawi, he was just a short man. No, you don't understand. If you had read the description of that Tomb King, he is a dwarf. there's no maybe. But he was also like one of the most famous Tomb Kings. Because his like defensive designs and like his legendary battles were without peer. And he was literally a Moses baby. Like, a tomb queen, not a tomb queen, but a queen of Nehekara saw, like, a baby drifting in a crib down a river. And was like, oh, who would just put a baby out here like this? And she opened it, and there was this little baby, and she's like, I'm gonna raise him as my son, and it was a dwarf. We don't know where he came from. And the best part about that whole thing is that Felix and it's a Gotrek and Felix book. And, like, Gotrek and Felix know he's a dwarf, but Gotrek just refuses to comment on it. He, like, studiously avoids the topic.
Bowie or emergency rations are quite literally cheese. No, they're actually stone bread.
Some miners do keep a form of cheese under their hats.
Cheese under their helmets, yeah.
There's a word for that. I forget what it is. It's not tasty either. It's like, it's cheese that will keep you alive. But that's it. What's his name? Oh, I'd have to go get my book. I have no idea off the top of my head. God, I hate all these pigs. Why does Red Eye try to have so many boar boys?
I believe
It's like a tier 3 unit, too. What book is that? It's called The Serpent Queen. Gotrek and Felix and the Serpent Queen. And it's about Gotrek and Felix meeting Khalida and having a little adventure that revolves around that. It's very entertaining.
Nothing can stop us. Move now. I
Be nice, Undertaker.
go.
People can ask versus questions if they want. I might not always have an answer for them, but they can ask. Have I tried the Krakadrak mod? I believe I tried in Warhammer 1. I don't think I've played in Warhammer 2. His name was Rupesh. There you go. Thank you. Silver7, thanks for the tip, my dude. Hey, dude, any amount is very generous of you. Thank you very much. Please never apologize because of however much or you're able to contribute. Like, you could just do nothing. You could just show up and have a good time, and that's more than enough. I really appreciate you all being here. You know what? Let's probably get melee defense on Grombrindal. I don't want him taking too much damage in fights. Easy. We gotta make the enemy work for it.
Grombrindal, don't you fret.
Alright, we just, like, killed, like, almost all of the Red Eyes armies. We still have to deal with the armies coming out of Grom Peak, and it looks like Gorfang Raka looks like he's coming north. That's gonna be annoying, but we'll deal with it. We might have expanded to Gunbat a little prematurely, but we'll see if we can hold it.
Who calls me?
What's our opinion on the Gotrek and Felix books?
Amazing.
Amazing. Want more?
Yeah, they're great. I would recommend them to anyone, especially anyone that's not familiar with Warhammer Fantasy, and you're like, man, I don't know anything about the setting at all, but I'd really like to get into it. Gotrek and Felix is your perfect entry point, dude. Hey, changer of ways. They only got 19 kills, but all 19 of those kills were boar boys, okay? Give them a break. Okay, we need to probably start focusing on, like, diplomacy and treasury stuff instead of combat skills for a bit. Could Grimgor have defeated Vardek Krom? Well, they fought, and Grimgor would have eventually defeated Vardek Krom, yes. But it would have been a very long fight. And not an easy fight, mind you. Okay, looks like they're gonna attack Mount Squighorn. So we need to hire a Lord or a Rune Lord here to hold the line. Oh, they buffed what Ancestral Blood of Valea does. Now it gives a 5% ward save in addition to lowering enemy action. That's pretty nice.
In the lore, how do dwarfs use slayers in battle? Do they let them run free and go head first, or would the slayers accommodate to the tight defense and pack lines and hold with the rest? Usually, don't they just, like, go at them, have fun, and we will wait here?
It depends on the army. Because some generals can command kind of the respect of the slayers enough that they can... A dwarf general can force slayers to hold back for whatever reason. Like, they want to keep them in reserve for a certain monster or to, like, protect a certain thing. That being said, it is very frowned upon to do that. Generally, slayers will come to the lord in question of whose hold they're visiting and be like, hey, we're going to go fight in this thing. Let us go do this. Saying no to that is considered very not okay. Like, they have the authority to do it, but it's very frowned upon. Like, Belagar Ironhammer did that quite a bit. Slayers would come to Carrick 8 Peaks, especially during, like, the end times when things were getting really nasty, and he kept refusing to let the Slayers just go out to their deaths. He wanted them to stay so that he had their numbers to help support, and he kept telling them no, and it was starting to cause some pretty serious problems. Eventually, he let them go, but it's Yeah, it depends on the lord in question. If you just tell the Slayers, yeah, do whatever, then yeah, they're absolutely gonna run ahead and just go fight until they die. Dragonheart455, thanks for the tip, my dude. What would be my ideal dwarf update like the Greenskin rework got? Also, I'm playing the Paunch, but the Empire refuses to give up. Any advice? If you're asking for a legitimate how do I deal with the Empire if the Empire is being hard question, I would say just brutally overwhelm them with, like, copious amounts of rogue idols. Just, like, get a bunch of rogue idols and just laugh as the Empire can do absolutely nothing and you win. Like, put 6 to 10 of them in an army, and then have the rest of your army be, like, goblin archers with exploding arrows, and you'll win. Or something like that. But, for the lore question, or no, for the DLC type question, how would I want dwarves to be reworked if they got one similar to the greenskin size? Because it is worth noting we did technically get a dwarf rework, even though it wasn't nearly as large. And my answer to that would probably be that I would really want to see the dwarf runecrafting system pushed forward more. So I would like the dwarves to actually be able to craft actual runes that you could equip to characters or use as banners for your units. And I would also like to see the dwarves have something similar to the scrap system that the greenskins have, but it's giving you runic upgrades on your units. Or giving, like, even if it was not so divisive, like, the greenskins have, like, a lot of crazy custom upgrades. For dwarves, you could literally just be like, okay, would you like to spend oath gold to give them a runic armor or runic weapons? And it just gives, like, a flat buff that's very consistent. That would be fine. And then give players the ability to, like, craft banners and, like, actual runes. But I honestly think if they ever were to do a full rework to dwarves, I would just want to see the way rune lords and runesmiths interact with runes would need to be completely overhauled. And they would also need to change completely how the Anvil of Doom works, so that it actually is important and worth having, because right now it's not. And
I was super disappointed when they added Anvils of Doom. I was super disappointed. Like, they're supposed to crack the earth open, you know, and belch fire and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it was very lazy.
Yeah.
That DLC, the Skarsnik things were pretty okay. They were pretty decent. But the other bit was not that great. Okay, so I think we need to go with a dwarf lord with... If I go tough, he's going to be super tanky. So we could go with a tough dwarf lord to try and hold our defenses at Mount Squid... you know what, though? Looking at Gorfang's army... Yeah, there's no way Squighorn's going to survive that. No, we'll put our fight at the Pillars of Grugni. Mount Squighorn's doomed. There's no way I can save that. So let's actually do this instead. Let's get a Dwarf Rune Lord with the Ancestral Blood of... Oh, wow, yeah, okay, so they buffed all the Ancestral Blood traits. That's really nice. So now the Ancestral Blood of Grimnir gives melee attack, melee defense, and it gives you physical resistance, which is pretty nice. If we can survive all of the armies pouring out of Grom Peak, and we can, hopefully Ungrim will start pushing back the Red Eye tribe, we will be able to stabilize. But I don't know why or how, we're at like turn 25 and the Greenskins are already running around with like max tier units. But we just have to try and hang in there. Yeah, Thorgrim's throne needs to be a thing. Like, either they need to give him some kind of item or upgrade that... Oh, is he wawing right now? Yeah, it looks like he is. Or maybe not. It says he's got reinforcements, but I don't see any reinforcements. Oh, no, those are waw units. Yeah, he's definitely wawing. Man, if I had walls, I could fight this, but I don't. But I guess I should fight it to just try and maximize casualties. Is the new Gotrek books worth it? I think they're fun. They're very enjoyable. They're a good introduction to some really interesting things of Age of Sigmar, and I think the thing is that the Gotrek series so far has been very well crafted as, oh hey, did you read Gotrek and Fantasy? Then this book's for you. Like, there's a lot of like little Easter eggs and stuff for the old readers, and a lot of the time, Gotrek is just constantly being like, wow, this universe really sucks, and it's really funny. Like, I genuinely find it to be hysterical. A lot of his comments on Age of Sigmar and like the problems that their worlds have are very well written, and he has a very interesting, unique look. Especially because he is one of the gods of Age of Sigmar, he just refuses to admit it. And it's a lot of fun. He's kind of like a... Oh god, what's the best way to describe him? He's kind of like a what's the term in like anime for like those girls that like don't want to admit they like the protagonist or whatever, and they're like super huffy about it. That's basically how Gotrek is with being a god. Like, he gets pissed whenever someone assumes he's a god, even though it's like blatantly obvious. And the audiobooks are top tier. Brian Blessed as Gotrek is, well, blessed. I'm so happy they got him for Total War as well. But if you want to hear him like for like hours, then go listen to the audiobooks.
He is, like, I was super skeptical at first that anyone could like match what I had in my head for a dwarf for Gotrek, but he made me smile, and me smiling is not an easy thing.
Gotrek's back in the old world, yep, and back in Age of Sigmar, yep, and he's super pissed about it. That's like the best part. Gotrek is so angry that he's still alive, it's ridiculous. Like because
Grimnir lied.
Yep, Grimnir lied to him, and he hates Grimnir because of it. He hates Grimnir now. Which is great, because he actually, like, basically talks to Grimnir in the second audiobook. They have, like... Grimnir's not really himself, because he's all banged up and made out of a bunch of pieces. But, it's a great book. Gotrek as Kratos, that's basically what he is now. He's just as strong, too. And it's also interesting because his companion is not nearly as likable, his new companion, because it's a Dark Elf. It's literally a Dark Elf assassin, is his new companion. And she has moments of being likable, but for the most part, she's just like... She's concerningly sinister, and is a little too gung-ho about potentially getting Gotrek killed. But, she could be very comical at times, and she, like, hates how survivable Gotrek is. And it's a good time. It's fun.
Poisoning him, and he's like, haha.
Yeah, she has tried to kill him multiple times, and just fails miserably every turn. She used, like, the most venomous poisons known in the realms on Gotrek that she had at her disposal, and all it did was give him a stomach ache. And he's just like, oh, that was a bad beer. And she's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Does Gotrek miss Felix? Yes, very much.
Yes.
That's one of the major focuses of his entire story right now, is that he misses Felix and he's trying to find him. Because Gotrek very stubbornly believes that Felix is somewhere in the realms, but he hasn't been able to find him yet. Does Crag the Grim know that Grombrindal is Snorri? I doubt it.
I doubt it. I don't think they've even met.
Yeah, Grombrindal is a very mysterious and private figure. Like, he very rarely shows himself. And even when he does, he's gone just as quick. And a lot of the famous dwarf characters have not encountered him. Because he tends to only show up when, like, he's absolutely needed most. And most of those guys tend to be, you know, in control of their situation. Is Felix still alive? We don't know. We don't know where Felix is. We don't know if Felix is dead and somewhere in the underworlds. Well, actually, I'll rephrase that. We do know that Felix's soul is not in the underworld. Like, his soul is not where it's supposed to be. Meaning that somebody has his soul somewhere. Either Nagash has it and has turned it into something, or Sigmar has it and is maybe trying to make him into a Stormcast. We don't know what's going on.
donation for you there on YouTube.
What do I guys think about Oh, dude, Snorri Nosebiter.
Love him.
I have two things to say about Snorri Nosebiter. He is one of the most beloved, hilarious characters in Warhammer Fantasy, but he's also one of the most tragic. Snorri's story, the way it ends, is so unbearably sad. It is unfair. It is bullshit how sad the end of his story was.
I cried.
Black Library did us dirty with that.
Yeah.
Like, it was good, and it made total sense. It explained everything perfectly, but fuck, it was sad. How has Grombrindal lived so long? He's immortal. He's literally a borderline ancestor god that died and then was too angry to stay dead because of a broken promise, so he came back. Yes! Katakadran took out the Red Eye tribe. Or at least their route to me. Ugh, thank God. That's going to make my defense a lot easier. So now all we have to do is defeat Grom. Oh yeah, and Zupbar killed the last spot of the Bloody Spears. Yeah! Dwarves are rallying! Thank God. Alright.
You know who I am.
Get out of here, you punk. Okay, good. That means Grombrindal can just come back south. The Bloody Spears are dead. Dude, yeah, way to go, dwarves. Way to rally the troops there. Huh, I should be able to trade... Oh, wait, no, I can't trade with them because I lost the Pillars of... Or Mount Squighorn. Well, we'll fix that.
I am the White Dwarf.
Did Grimnir lie on purpose, though? It seems that he would not have predicted that he would survive.
That's questionable. I would literally put that under a mystery. We don't know. It is possible Grimnir knew.
He lied on purpose, but he knew he had to. Like he knew he had no other choice.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, Grimnir's back was against the wall. Absolutely, I would not disagree with that at all. Like, he had to go be with the dwarves for the final war, especially because at that time, Grimnir genuinely believed it was still winnable. And it would have been if it hadn't been for frickin' Teclis / Manfred / Lilith / anyone not a dwarf. Hey, Hawk Audie, thanks so much for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. Felix was great. Can't imagine Gotrek without him. He grounded Gotrek. Gotrek is just really depressed all the time. That's the answer, honestly.
If you could be more morose and depressed, they have been able to achieve this. Yes.
Oh man, I really hate that a wall started right before Grimgor attacked me, because like his army is just constantly getting bigger and scarier. Hawk Oddly. Oh, also doing a tip. Thank you very, very nice. Very, very much, my dude. First time catching a stream live. Love all your content. Well, I am super thankful to hear that, my dude. Really appreciate it. Man, now I'm kind of starting to understand why the AI keeps teaming up like the dwarves and the Skaven, because frickin' the greenskins are a nightmare to deal with right now. Let's see. Let's go. I don't think I need public order right now. I just need to be, like, even scarier at fighting. Let's go Oathstones to get Grombrindal just up to, like, peak fitness. Oh, I've got gold now, so we can forge new stuff.
Dude, you make money so quick in these games, and I watch you, I'm like, how is he doing that?
I'm literally just spamming, like, money-making stuff. That's how I do it. Let's see. Man, there should be an item that is gold. Maybe there's not a diamond gold item. Let me check. Because I would really like a diamond gold item. No. That one's diamond gold and wine. Yeah, no, there's no diamond gold item. Dang it!
I am the White Dwarf.
I have so much rune stuff and nothing to spend it on. Or nothing that I want to spend it on. Alright, hopefully these holds can hold out like 1 or 2 more turns. Because if Grombrindal can get here, we can absolutely beat these armies' faces in. Hey, what's up? Iron Fist. Yeah, let's... Oh, dang. Okay, the Pillars of Grudgenes are under attack. The good news is he has no siege weaponry. And the biggest, baddest thing he has to rely on are biggins, and we have longbeards. And a cannon. So if we can push him back here, then Grombrindal can take out this army and we'll be secure. Could I maybe elaborate on what happened with Lilith in the end? Oh, man. So, okay. I'm going to be straight with you guys and just tell you this is a fan theory. So put on your tinfoil hats right now. Everyone put on your hat. So my theory... because Games Workshop never really commented on this. They kind of just had Lilith end up being one of the villains of the end times. She was an unintentional villain, but she's absolutely one of the big villains. And they were just kind of like, oh, isn't that crazy? And then it was over. Super lazy writing. But to more accurately answer your question, and put on our thinking caps, here's what I think likely happened before I explain exactly what she did. It seems to me very likely that Lilith... So Lilith is the elven goddess of prophecy, right? She has dominion over a lot of things. She has a lot to do with, like, she's also the goddess of the moon. The natural moon. So Lilith has always been a little weird among the elven gods. She's always been trying to play 4D chess while the rest were playing regular chess. Lilith is also one of the only gods besides Sigmar and Grimnir who has actively been trying to fight the Chaos Gods at almost all times. Now, somewhere along that story, either because of the Chaos Moon growing in influence, maybe having an effect on her, or perhaps the, like, who knows? But at some point, Lilith went insane. Like, the keyboard sounds are off-putting. I'm sorry, dude.
We've always had a very clicky
It's a clicky keyboard. I am intending to get a new graphics card in the near future so I can get that sexy new NVIDIA thing that just came out, but I can't use it on my PC because my graphics card is apparently too old or doesn't have RTX or whatever. But anyway, before I'm rudely interrupted again, basically what happened with Lilith is that I believe she, being able to see the future, saw the end times. She saw what was coming. She saw Archaon's invasion and the destruction of the world and the death of all of Elvenkind, and she lost it. Like, she completely went insane, and she looked into every possible future that her brain was able to think of how can I survive this? How can the elves survive this? How can my daughter, because she had a child with a wood elf character named Eroloth, survive this? And the solution she came to was a kind of crackpot thing that revolved almost entirely around the concept of not saving the world, but instead damning it, but using all of the power, stolen power of other races' gods in order to create a new realm for the elves. That was her plan. And to her credit, it nearly worked. It didn't, but it nearly did. So, as for what she actually did, Lilith you could honestly consider to be one of the most major villains of the end times. Because her biggest contributions were that, first of all, she decided to go to Teclis, because Teclis does have a very storied relationship with Lilith as he wields her staff, the Staff of Lilith, which is his most powerful magic item by far. And she went to him and basically asked him, she said, Teclis, I've looked into the future, and I have found out a way to stop the world from ending. I have found a way to save us all. And Teclis was like, oh shit, okay, I'm on board. Like, whatever you need, I'll do it. And so she then started telling him what he actually had to do. And I think at some point along there, Teclis probably realized that this was not going to be a fun time. Because she told him, among other things, that he needed to make sure that his niece, Tyrion's daughter, Alariel's daughter, so his own twin brother, his own flesh and blood, so to speak, you know, directly related to him, one of his dearest friends being Alariel the Everqueen because of her relationship with Tyrion, and then, of course, all the stuff with, everything he has with his twin, that he would need to betray them and make absolutely sure, kind of like in a Harry Potter sense, that Aliathra died at the right time. She needed to die in order to be sacrificed to, for her blood to run through Nagash's veins. So, and so Teclis did it. And she told him, okay, the next thing I need you to do is you need to forge an alliance with Malekith. You need to set aside all of your problems with the Witch King, all of your prior hatred, and you need to join sides with him because it is critical that you have an alliance with him when he becomes, because I need him to not be able to take his place in the War of Heaven. Or I need him to, like, become Cain or something. So Teclis was like, alright, fine. Well, that part she kind of fudged on, because it turned out that Lilith played Teclis. She lied to him. So, not only did Lilith trick Teclis into doing a lot of kind of... Why are my cannons? Oh, that's why, because they're dumb. Not only did she lie to him and convince him to do some really stupid shit, or really horrible shit, like kill his own niece, or allow her to be killed, but then he proceeded to do some stuff like... he stole the power of Ulrich. The god Ulrich. The god who was protecting the greatest city of mankind in the north, Middenheim, and whose power, while it was present and manifested, would allow the humans there, I'm gonna rephrase, it would stop the demons from being able to manifest. Demons of Chaos would not, under any circumstance, be able to manifest in the city of Middenheim, so long as Ulrich's power held steady. And Teclis stole it. He stole Ulrich's power and made it so that the demons could manifest, which led to the city of Middenheim, instead of being the great bastion of man that would hold Archaon back for weeks until reinforcements could arrive. The bastion of Middenheim fell in a single day. And, then she did some other bullshit, but those are like the highlights. And that's Lilith and all the terrible things that she did during the end times. Oh, and for the record, her plan completely failed, by the way. Her goal to sacrifice everyone so that the elves would at least have a chance to survive and start a new world totally failed. Because when the Bretonnians confronted her on the fact that she apparently had been sacrificing all of them all of this time in order to protect the elves and allow them to better themselves, quote-unquote, by basically being cattle for her, the Bretonnian she revealed it to hated her. He hated her so much that he kind of thought about killing her, and she was okay with it because she felt really guilty. And she tried to explain to him, no, it's totally okay that I sacrificed you and all your people as the Lady of the Lake, because now at least some life will survive instead of no life. And he was like, yeah, well, you can kind of go fuck yourself. And unfortunately for her, Be'lakor overheard the entire conversation. And Be'lakor is the first demon prince. And anything that Be'lakor knows, the Dark Gods know. So instantly the Dark Gods became aware of what Lilith was doing, and they were able to just snuff out her pocket realm with a snap of their fingers. So long story short, the end times is all the elves' fault, the end.
Ooh, never trust an elf.
Never trust an elf. Yeah, there's no way this hold is surviving, but it looks like we're gonna do a ton of damage to these filthy Urk, so it'll be worth it. Actually, can you shoot over here? Fire! The end times are bullshit anyway. That's a fair response. I mean, don't get me wrong, there were some cool moments, but there were a lot of bad moments. The overall highlights were pretty rough. That being said, I will, for as long as I live, the scene where Thorgrim killed Queek Headtaker, mwah, masterpiece. Beautifully executed. It was brilliant. That was that was like such a highlight in all of the garbage that I had to read through in book 4. Oh, also PD, according to the End Times BT dubs, Malekith was the true Witch King all along, and the reason the fire rejected him isn't actually because it rejected him, but because he was too much of a pussy bitch to make his way all the way through it like his dad did, like Ashurin wanted, so Ashurin was like, oh hey, you're not the real Phoenix King. But even though that whole thing happened, every time every other guy would go through it, they would have magical wards to do it, so they weren't actually the real Phoenix Kings, they were pretender Phoenix Kings, and Ashurin was driving them to suicide or bad luck, which is actually why they kept dying, and that, dear children, is why the End Times is garbage. The end. What did Thorgrim do? He fucking choked Queek out like a boss and just murdered him. Like, he didn't even fight Queek, honestly. It was like Queek ran at him and was like ready to do all this ninja shit. Like, just ready to go all out. And Thorgrim swung the Axe of Grimnir once, shattering Queek's weapon, then grabbed him by the throat and snapped his neck.
After reciting everything he had done wrong.
Oh, yeah. After yelling all of his grudges at him. It's a great... I read it verbatim in my Thorgrim's Legendary Lord video. If you want to go watch that, it's... Oh, it was a good scene. It was perfect. One day when I am wealthy enough that I can hire a bunch of ghostwriters to do my writing for me while I just dictate to them, I will do like a full rewrite of the entire End Times. But that is one of the scenes I will keep. It's the death of Queek. And like the way he died, it was perfect. Like, Queek was a badass, he managed to win the War of Carrick 8 Peaks, and he defeated Belegar by using tricky Skaven nastiness, and Belegar ended up dying because he was too stubborn to admit that he had lost, which was all very fitting. But then Queek got what was coming to him, and it was perfect. Is Realm Slayer a good introduction to Age of Sigmar? If you're familiar with Warhammer Fantasy, yes. Alright, so Gorfang Rotgut, proving himself still a son of a bitch in the Dwarven realms, has destroyed our settlement, but we took out over 1,000 greenskins with us. We killed we killed about 2 orcs for every dwarf that fell. That's reasonable. Especially considering how juiced they were. And the good news is Grombrindal... Oh, God, he's attacking Karazakarak right now. And I have a strong garrison, but it's very tiny. Oof, this is going to be rough if we lose this. Man, the dwarf... I just gotta say, the dwarf rework was so bad. Compared to all the other ones. Like, even the vampire count rework, which I still think was not very good. At least it gave you, like, all these new, like, super powerful lords and stuff, but the dwarf one is just so miserable. Good God. Alright, so, what are we gonna do here? I need to take out that Doom Diver, like, immediately, because that's the only reliable way the Greenskins have to hurt my walls. But he's got a lot, he's got Black Orcs, and man, he's got so many Skulkers, and Skulkers are just a freaking nightmare. Okay, let's do this. Let's put... We want Quarrelers firing where the Greenskins are going to come on the walls. So that'll work. We've got Quarreler coverage. What are we going to do with the Thunderers? We could put... You know what we'll do with the Thunderers is we'll put one group by the door I think he's going to come in. Grudge Thrower, we'll put you... Probably a little further back. How did I like the Bretonnia rework? I thought the Bretonnia rework was very good. The Bretonnia rework was perfect. It was very tasteful. Rapunz is a great new lord. I do wish they had actually given her her banner and not quite cheesed out the not lazy, but the simpler route of just giving her like a greatsword and being done with it. I would have really liked to see her banner. But for what it is, I thought the Bretonnia rework was excellently handled. The dwarf rework didn't do a lot. Like, it gave us the Tomb King system and it gave us Giant Slayers, which Giant Slayers are very nice, but I would have really liked to see I don't know. I just think the dwarves need another do-over. They're just not where I want them. Okay, we're gonna put Longbeards on the walls, but we're gonna spread them out so that if we do take enemy fire, it will be fairly ineffective. And then we'll put our hammerers beneath the walls and wait for the enemy to get on the walls. And once the enemies are very, very close, then the hammerers will take to the walls and fight, because I want to keep them in good shape as long as possible. And with the bonus unit of Longbeards, man, I almost think they're going to have to hold the gate. I don't remember if he has any. He's got, oh yeah, he's got boar boys. So yeah, we'll have them placed so that if anything comes through those gates, the Thunderers can mow it down. What else do I got here? We got some extra miners. We'll have the miners on backup, ready to flood the walls and provide some extra AP support. The second unit of Thunderers, that is the question. We could put the second unit of Thunderers, like, right here, so that if something comes on, well, maybe a little further back. Oh, you know what we'll do with them? Here's what we'll do. We'll put them back by the, like, the capture point. That way, if the Greenskins do manage to get in the walls and start heading for it, they'll have, like, a nice firing line, just, like, all the way down here. This is gonna be rough. This is gonna be very... Oh, God, and Grimgor's leading this. If it was anybody but Grimgor, I feel pretty good about this. But Grimgor is a cause for concern. But we'll do the best we can. And we're gonna have to have all of our towers focus the Doom Diver. Try and get that thing out of here as quick as possible. Start our
Doom
grudge.
Diver's still OP, I think.
Yeah, they're nasty. They're very nasty. Very
I
accurate.
just don't get how a goblin with a pointy hat can do so much damage.
Magic. I do like that that's a lazy but, like, acceptable answer for anything in Warhammer.
Yep. Magic.
How does this stupid thing work? Magic. I've got a fungus infestation? I do, but Grombrindal is about to get here to clean it up. I mean, even if we lose the hold, we're going to be able to take it back almost immediately. I'm just going to be angry. Haha! Missed. Nerd. But we're firing everything we have at those Doom Divers just to try and get them offline as quick as we can. At least we're not fighting Grom, though. Grom is, like, disgustingly OP right now. Because of the upgrades you can get. Who would win, Lewin's bastard son or Emmerich? It depends if Emmerich or Lewin's son had the prophecy or not. Because there is a prophecy in regards to Lewin's son that has to do with how he can be killed, which directly states that he cannot be killed by, like, a mortal being, which technically Emmerich is. So if that prophecy was, like, fully in action and in motion, then no, Emmerich could not kill him. Okay, good. We did get the hammers on the wall in time to fight the Black Orcs, so that's nice. Quarrelers! Oh, miners, what are you doing? Hustle. Okay, I don't think the hammers need to reinforce this side. I'm going to go reinforce the other side with my hammers because Grimgor's up there. You know what? I'm going to... Can I get my Thunderers, like, close enough to the wall? You know what? I'm not going to risk it. I don't want to risk it. Okay, so it looks like the Doom Diver is basically offline. So let's transition our Grudge Thrower to start handing out grudges by the bucket. Alright, now we just do our damnedest to keep the walls clear. Thunderers, let's move you up to about here. Oh boy, I'm getting really nervous about that gate. When that gate opens, you open fire, you hear me? Okay, Grimgor is among the hammers, and he is doing pretty significant damage. But we just gotta hold out. God, I hate nasty skulkers. They're able to hit so far above their class. Oh, the wall mechanic hurts. I need to put these things on guard stance. Yeah, as soon as Grimgor wad, that hammer unit got like freaking obliterated. As did most of our units. %. Thunderers, get ready! The only way for us to beat Grimgor without a Lord is we're literally gonna have to catch him out with Thunderers. Fire! Squigs.
For the High King! Ready to strike! Grudge thrower! Withdraw! Hammerers!
Okay, let's have the hammers actually fall back. Let's fall everything back. Fall back!
Retreat!
Yeah. Grudge throwers, get to the back of the citadel. We'll get what volleys we can in with these guns. Try and hold the line. Yeah, those longbeards won't be able to make it out. Fall back! Fall back! Corlers, get rid of those enemy archers. To the back of the citadel! Okay, let's get these thunderers out of here if we can. Yeah, those longbeards are just getting hammered. I almost wonder if I should have just rallied around the rally point, but it's too late now. Ooh, hurry, guys. All ranged units, head to the back. Fall back! I don't think those Thunderers are going to make it, but they're going to damn well try. Let's go! Let's go! Why does this wall have like a giant freaking crack in it for like no apparent reason? Oh, okay, it's every side. Still, a little weird. There are still... Okay, well, he's wasting his wall right now. That's... Oh, God, those are poor boys. If I could get my Longbeards over here. Hammers. Over here. Oh, God. Run, 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 run.
Get moving! Yes! Strike out! Quarrelers! Take them down! Longbeards!
Okay, the pigs fell back. Whew, that was lucky. Thunderers, here comes Grimgor Ironhide. I want a firing line up like minutes ago. All Quarrelers, focus the enemy ranged unit, please. Ironhide has been sighted. Open fire. Oh shit, pigs.
Understood, Lord. Dwarfs ready access. Longbeards. Access up.
Oh, I would kill for a Thane in this army right now.
Thunderers. Find your targets. We stay hot.
No, hammers! Oh god, they overchased.
Nothing can
Forgot to.
stop
Ah, man, I
us.
keep forgetting to put my guys on guard stance.
We demand blood. Get them. Pump those dwarfen legs.
Okay, let's get rid of this weaker lord first.
Bring out the axes.
Kill him! Kill him!
My garden. Put the edge.
Good firing. Oh god, there's like a whole goblin squad here too. Alright, focus Grimgor. Hammers, you hold that line, goddammit. Oh my god, Grimgor's taking a beating from these Thunderers. Let him have it! If we could at least kill Grimgor, that would make Grombrindal's job a lot easier. He's covered by pigs now. There's too many of them. This is why rushing Gunbab... Well, rushing Gunbab was fine until the Red Eye Tribe and the Red Eye Tribe decided to get involved. I was not expecting the Red Eye Tribe to just abandon fighting Ungrim to come fight me for no stupid reason.
Yes! Hit your targets well! Bring out the
Chop him up! I will say, I very much dislike that the AI gets a bonus lord when they wah. The player doesn't. If you're playing as greenskins, then if you get a wah, you don't get a bonus general. You just get all of the troops. But it looks like the AI gets a bonus general for some reason. You're gonna die, Grimgor. I may lose this hold, but you're going with it. Keep firing! Keep firing! Oh god, he's already got Gitsnick.
Yeah, they level up so quick.
Okay, Grimgor Ironhide is dead. I'll take what I can get at this point. Okay, we need to get rid of these squigs if we can. Oh no, we're getting army losses. But at least we took Ironhide with us. Ugh, that'll leave this motley horde with a much worse lord that Grombrindal can clean up. Were they Boar Boy Biggins? No, they were Boar Boys with... They were rank Chevron 6, and they had the saddle upgrade, which means they had a shitload of armor, like a shitload of armor. God, we didn't even kill any of Da Immortals. I didn't even because Da Immortals have a new effect where like it's really hard to kill models. All right, so now it's up to Grombrindal to clean up this mess. Though, because we're playing on very hard campaign difficulty, it could very well be that the greenskins are going to be able to heal faster than I can kill them. But we'll see what happens. We got a lot of cleaning up to do. And it starts with Mount Squighorn. Never mind, we'll come back for Mount Squighorn. It starts with the Pillars of Grugni. Like, look at this guy. Gorfang Rotgut is already back up to a full stack. Good grief. Interesting army. Bring it. Did they ever said why Snorri Nosebiter had nails in his head instead of a mohawk? I'm gonna assume it's because he didn't have hair. Like, dwarves tend to be so obsessed with getting the mohawk look, slayers, that they will often, like, they'll use nails if they can't get any other kind of substitute. Commonist says, during my campaign, while using the Wa army ability, a unit of regular Boar Boys chopped down my Star Dragon. I'm still in shock. Yeah, the new Wa is serious business, like the ability. It is a nasty, nasty ability. I'm about to obliterate whatever the hell comes through here. Alright, you nerds go deal with that. War machines. We're gonna try and do our damnedest to mow down all Grimgor's or Gorfang's lads here. Man, this would be a nightmare scenario in the lore too. If freaking Gorfang Rotgut was teamed up with Grimgor Ironhide.
Oh my god. Though I think Grimgor would probably kill Gorfang.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they would not be friends for very long, if at all. But in this one, I mean, the way he got Gorfang, so I don't know if I told you this, but they added in the mechanic so that when Greenskin Lords beat each other, they have the Norska thing. So if Greenskin Lords beat each other, they confederate. So the way Gorfang got Grimgor was literally just he slapped him. But that can be scary as the AI, because now they can just kind of like insta-confederate. Throw those blasting charges, you gits! Or, sorry, you're not gits. Lads! Lads without a Z, with an S. Let's have you guys spread out a little wider. Send in the Thwappa. I thought a slightly smaller army was going to be coming through this part. So we're just going to kind of turn all of our war machines onto here and open fire. Oh, Grombrindal, where are you? Come get this stupid little gobbo. Hold the line! Nice. Okay, we're kicking the shit out of these dudes. Okay, war machines! Let's turn our attention to good old Gorfang over there. Copters, go after that pump wagon. I really wish they would give dwarves like just a nice shield wall ability, at least in campaign. They need like an active ability where it's like they plant their feet, they can't move, but they're like they have like max tier mass and just have like insane buffs to their armor and melee defense. Those are spiky rollers? God, how does he have those already? Oh, God. Yeah, spiky roller pump wagons have freaking armor piercing. Or, sorry, armor sundering, so they lower my armor value. Gotta get rid of, like, this absurdly fat archer contingent back here. And he was. Oh my gosh. Where's the pump wagon? There it is. Grombrindal, I need you to come hack Gorfang Rotgut in half, please. Those black orcs are literally fighting to the last man. Man, I hate these pump wagons. Fighting against them, it's just so hard to get on them and like do consistent damage. Because they have like a high enough armor rating that they're surprisingly durable.
Did the dwarfs make tanks? No.
No, they've made one thing fairly recently that was kind of like a tank. Okay, Gorfang's dead. The only thing left now is just like rank and file garbage. If we can break this massive contingent over here and see them off, we can pull this back. But like we're gonna be fighting to the very last brave Dawi here. We've almost got that pump wagon dealt with.
Understood. Artillery ready. Grudge forward. Grudge forward. Cannon. What? Chewings.
Hold that line, damn it!
Down. Take them down.
Hey, here comes another wall.
Yes! Gyrocopter! Withdraw! It is a reckoning! War machine
The
ready!
scary thing is we still have to fight frickin' Grimgor after this. Okay, so we have seen off that seen off the pump wagon,
It is a reckoning!
and now my line is infested.
Kazoo!
I have not played dwarves in far too long, and boy, am I feeling it.
Grombrindal! On my oath! It is a reckoning! Quarterlands! Barracks ready! Blow out!
Okay, y'all are out of ammo.
Don't skirmish!
Oh wait, no, you're almost out of ammo. Okay, our war machine line is down now, so all we've got left is our infantry block rallied around Grombrindal.
Oh no!
We can use our copters to maybe chase off some of the fleeing units. There's no more generals holding them together, so that's not. God, I wish Grombrindal like caused terror or something. That would be so. If we had terror right now, that would be so nice.
Strike out!
Get over here, lads.
Kazoo!
If we're gonna fight to the bitter end, we'll do it in a nice, solid death block.
War machine ready! Go! Yes! Anu!
A lot of these greenskins are fighting to the absolute bitter end too. I don't know if it's because of like, it might just be because of the difficulty modifier. I'm not sure what it is.
Rage beyond reckoning!
Okay,
Shoot!
let's have the Iron Drakes clear out that flank. I think we've stabilized, even though there are still some nasty things still running amok.
Gods! Vengeance! Taking aim! They have wronged us! But no, I shall! Iron Drakes! Fire! Reload! Fire!
Alright, we cleared off those patches. Okay, yeah, we've got this. Hard fight. Very hard fight, but
They have wronged
Honor
Good lord.
those who have fallen.
the white dwarf! By my beard!
frickin' squig hoppers. Okay, they're shattered.
Drakes!
Keep pushing!
Gyrocopter! Slay
Actually, you know what? If y'all could somehow save this
Nothing can stop us!
thing over here. Okay, the greenskins have shattered. Good God. There are way more coming out of that side passage than I thought there were. I didn't think both, because it should have occurred to me that there were two reinforcement armies, and they were both coming from there.
This won't miss fire! Is it
Good grief. Alright, we'll have our war machines do what damage they can to the enemy fleeing troops. Try and cut down on their numbers as much as possible. So, Tech, may I have my hug now? You can have an internet hug. A mental hug. An emotional hug. Don't like your chances of taking Kairak? Not with this army. No, the Dwarf Warriors just buckle too easily early game. Man, those Bolthars did not perform well. They need to, like, vastly improve the accuracy of those things. They don't hit that hard. They could afford to be quite a bit more accurate. The worst thing is, it's not like the old system where if you beat a greenskin army they would like buckle because you defeated them and the wall would disperse. Nope, they just start healing. But Gorfang's dead, so that's nice.
How can I help?
Alright, Grombrindal. Oh, you didn't level up. The runesmith leveled up. Okay. I guess we need to retreat.
I'm here now.
Because even if we were to take the Pillars of Grugni, like, right now, Grimgor would just be almost immediately on top of us.
I'm ready.
I think the only thing we could actually get away with
I'll see
doing
it done.
is, like... No, his armies are too big. He's still got a 16 stack on that Wa. Because Wa's recruit more troops every turn, so long as they're in, settlement. So yeah, we've got to fall back. We got to fall back to Mount Gunbed and rebuild. Which, the best way I'm going to be able to do that is I need to change Gunbad so that it has a growth building so that we can actually get a half-decent growth system going there. Man, those Was are terrifying, dude. No, Turin, you don't understand, dude. Like, you cannot stop the Was. The Was are fucking insane. Yeah, we could restart it. It is salvageable, but, like, good lord.
I've always wanted to say hi, Turin.
Dude, all the gold in the universe doesn't matter. I can't stop 40 stacks. I don't have it. I can't build dwarf buildings are so slow. I can't build garrisons fast enough to stop the 40 stacks. Why not send it to Legend? I don't know if I want to get that bothered with. Oh, Turin, this is Cold. He's a good friend of mine that is joining me for the stream because he is bored and he's recovering from a big surgery and stuff. So I invited him on here to just hang out while he does his best to just exist and do nothing because that's all he's supposed to be doing right now.
The dwarfs need me.
I am just being entertained by Sotek's follies. Though I hate seeing dwarfs die. You're making me feel
Lesson. I'm trying. Yeah, I don't know. They might. I didn't even think about the dwarf campaign
Follow Dowie.
in regards to the new difficulty or the new greenskins, because like it is relentless.
Aye. Let's hear what you find.
Who's this beelining for me? Like, who the hell is this guy? Smorbits. He's got black orcs. Man, I don't know how they have all these high-tier units so fast. They're literal, like, they're tier 4 and tier 5 units in these armies. And it's not even turned 40 yet.
You know who I am.
Ah!
I am the White Dwarf.
At least we're healing fast. Oh, I could make a Troll Slayer Axe isn't really going to help me right now. We could get a Veteran Hammer for a Runesmith. Old Guard Armor. 15% ward save against greenskins and Skaven. Yes, please. Plus 10 bonus versus large, plus 5 melee attack. Sure. Oh yeah, that's gonna be better. Okay, so I actually want to double up. Oh wait, no, I'm out. Okay, that's fine. We'll put it on the Runesmith. Like, Grombrindal can hack down any of their lords, like, no problem. But, problem is my army. The early tier dwarf troops just get dumpstered by the new Wa ability.
One jack.
See if we can even hold Gunbad at this point. Actually, wait, no. I know I can curb stomp this fool, because I have lightning strike, so he's not even going to get his Wa army. Because Grombrindal's too smart for that bullshit. Observe! Man, even then, it's still kind of a scary army, but I would much rather fight this than... Well, actually, his Wa army kind of sucks, to be honest. So would I prefer having the walls in the garrison, or would I prefer marching out and defeating his army outside? Man, I just don't understand how he has tier 7 Black Orcs already. That's what's blowing my mind. Because I just don't have crazy
you can't
AP.
match that.
Because I'll be able to kill Smorbits in a heartbeat. But I don't have... God, Nasty Skulkers alone are a big enough problem. Perfect Vigor, bonus versus infantry. And he's got a rank 8 Doom Diver. It might be better to wait till he comes in the hold then. Because at least inside the hold I can nuke that thing before it has a big chance to get off the ground. But if I wait, there's a good chance that he'll get an additional army. Yeah, no, we have to go out and fight. We must march outside! Well, how do I even say that? Gaius Satius. That would explain why a Wa army has Black Orcs and Doom Divers. That does not explain why Grimgor, or why this guy right here has these units. Because this isn't his Wa, this is just his regular army. So the only way he's recruiting, like, Doom Diver Catapults and Black Orcs is because he can just recruit those. Which is insane at how early in the campaign we are right now. Okay, so I'm gonna need to take out... Okay, so the Doom Diver we can take out with the Gyrocopter. The rest of the army... Maybe we should box. Might be the best solution at this point, is just use their force of numbers against them. Because I am grossly outnumbered.
Mm-hmm.
But... Okay, hopefully, I think the AI will come to me, but we'll see. I think we're just gonna be, yeah, I think we're just gonna be forced to box at this point. Really try and make the dwarves manage to get their money's worth. Alright, almost forgot Ekrant. Get over here, you goofs. I think maybe we can try and create like a hole in our formation for some of that stuff to work really nicely. Alright, we'll send out the copters. Now, the real question is it going to come for us or not? And then we need to back up a bit more.
We got Beard Force 1, 2, and 3.
Yep. Oop, gotta be careful though. Doom Divers are very accurate, and they can actually take out gyrocopters pretty easily when you get within his minimum range, so he can't fire at us. Oh my god! He used the freaking smoke bombs on us. Ow! We're almost in. And God, we're in. Okay. And, of course, they get the speed buff right when I'm trying to aim. Alright, so we're just going to park on top of them and shoot them. Alright, let's get this line organized. And, no, further back. Oh, I've also got a minimum range. Whatever, just keep the Doom Diver occupied. That's all I need you to do. Yeah, Classic smoke bombs slowing down copters. That makes total sense.
For the ancestor gods! Miners! Strike out! Nothing can stop us!
Alright, let's create a bit of a pocket here.
Cut!
Oh, now they're shooting. Okay.
Ready!
Where are the black orcs? There are the black orcs. Focus the black orcs. Who's leading this? Some random dude.
For the High King! Move! Bring them down! Range far, range fast! Warriors! Move! Range far, range fast!
Oh, I need to open up a hole in the line for the
Nothing can stop
Iron Drakes.
us. If we get forced, let him!
What are some notable grudges by the vampire coast? Oh man, I'd have to like go look that up. Because there are some bad relations there, because one of the dwarves... the vampire coasts that we have now are mostly, lore-wise, are mostly characters from the Dreadfleet expansion, and the Dreadfleet expansion did have a dwarf character who hated the big bad, but I'd have to go look up exactly what he did. Here they come!
The runes flow!
Nice job. Restore the line.
Artillery, ready!
Okay, good. The Doom Divers are all gone.
Miners, take aim! Dwarf warriors, fight! Ivalayas will
Ooh, swigs.
ready to strike!
Man, I really wish the Rune of Wrath and Ruin did anything except just slowing. God, I hate what the multiplayer community's done to some of this stuff.
Moving out! War of vengeance!
Usually, Rune Lords or Runesmiths are completely fucking useless against the AI.
Let the vengeance
Throw!
bleed! Axes out!
I have a lore question. Could Thorgrim defeat Finnebar? Thorgrim would put Finnebar in the dirt. That would not even be a contest.
It's not even. It would be so funny. It would be hilariously overpowered.
Finnebar is like someone that's skilled enough that if a situation forced him to take to the field, he could hold his own in a lot of scenarios. But Finnebar is not like some great champion of the elves when it comes to combat.
There's a dip.
He's mostly like an explorer and diplomatic figure. Now he can fight, like he is able to defend himself, but I would not bet on him at all in that scenario. Okay, it looks like we're secure here. Let's go ahead and here comes the fucking Wa. It's gonna do lots of damage. Okay, just defend them. Alright, he's been defeated. Let's cut down his lord if we can with old Grombi here. Where's that slow? Make yourself useful. Turin, he's talking to you. I was not aiming that at Turin. Turin is in the multiplayer community. That's true. But I don't find Turin to be one of the problematic people that whines endlessly and gets things changed to be worse. That is not Mr. Turin. I want that general dead. Actually, wait, no. Spare him. We'll leave him with just enough health. I mean, stop shooting him. We'll leave him with just enough health that when I chase this army down to finish them off, we can just snipe him. What units would I like to see for the hippie elves, for the wood elves? That's a video you can expect in the very near future, so I will deal with that then. Alright. So now we're just going to fast forward a little bit. Have our copters, like, throw some guys into some propeller blades. It's still so funny to me that gyrocopters have melee attacks that are just that goofy. Like, I don't know what else they would do instead. Like, I guess I always expected it to be like an engineer, like, leaning out and shooting somebody. The whole system of, like, that they have for them is very silly. Oh my god, you actually caught them? Good job, Runesmith. Way to be fast. Okay, if I could get the Runesmith to... Okay, Wrath and Ruin these guys. And then get Grombrindal to flash bomb them. Oh, God. Run, Grombrindal! Might give the Iron Drakes a chance to catch them. At least Grombrindal to catch them. What's my opinion on the best and worst Gotrek and Felix book? The best Gotrek and Felix book, I think, is unparably Demon Slayer, and anyone who says otherwise is lying. The worst Gotrek and Felix book...
I didn't like the Stormlord.
I actually haven't listened to Stormlord. Stormlord's just an audiobook, right?
No. It's a really old one.
Wait, are we thinking of the same one? Is Stormlord
with Stromfeld?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't read that one.
Oh.
Because that's
It's
like
an omnibus.
Is it? I don't think it is. It's not in any of the omnibuy that I've ever owned, and I have all of them.
You know who I am.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos I want to make this week. I need to sit down and watch Indie Pride's Power Creep video, because I'd like to weigh in on it, because a lot of people have been asking me about it. And so I would like to have a conversation about that. I don't, from what I've heard, talking to other people who've seen it, I don't think I agree with how extreme his opinions are on it. Get out here. Okay, so that's an Orc Army dead. There's some small measure of vengeance there. Thank God for Lightning Strike.
I'm here now.
But,
How can I help?
that being said, I will be the first to agree that I am really worried about a lot of the power creep that seems to be coming up in the game. At least when it comes to the likes of, especially when it comes to the likes of, like, mounts. Teclis getting the new mount is cool, but also really concerning at the same time. Because it is, like, very unnecessary and makes him insanely good at combat, which Teclis is really not supposed to be. I don't know. I have such mixed feelings about Phoenix Teclis. Like, on one hand, I felt Teclis really felt like nobody was using him. Because Alariel on a Great Eagle was completely overshadowing him. But then again, Alariel on a Great Eagle really shouldn't have been a thing either. And it feels like they're always constantly one-upping each other. His animations look weird. That's probably because they didn't actually design animations for it. They probably literally just put Teclis on a Phoenix and called it a day. That's probably... If he looks weird, that's probably why.
I am the White Dwarf.
If I could get another set of Old Guard armor, there it is, for my Runesmith, I'd like that very much.
The dwarfs need me.
Okay, we got Beastman beelining for us. Do I know why Creative Assembly hates Norska? No, I don't think CA hates Norska. If there's a bug to do with Norska, then it's, I have heard Norska is very bugged this patch. Okay, bye. And there go the Beastmen. Rest in pepperonis. If I had to... Where are you going? Chief Doomclaw. Chief Doomclaw, who are you at war with? Because I'm willing to let you pass through my lanes, you little rat, if you're, like, attacking someone that I dislike. Who are you at war with? Calador. So why are you going north? Your army is all slaves. I'm sorry, your free experience. I'm gonna kill you. Sorry, not sorry.
Let's go.
And there goes a member of the Council of 13. Oh, Oh, sweet. Okay, that actually gave us some good regiments of renown. And we can upgrade Mount Gunbad. Nice, nice.
And unbreakable.
Alright, okay. We're maybe stabilizing here a little bit.
You know who I am. How can I help?
Dragonback Slayers and the Goblobber. Okay, that gives us some options. Let's see. Maybe Volley Fire could be good. Get our Quarrelers to fire even faster. Interlocking... Ooh, Interlocking Shields I think will probably be the best thing. Wait, that's only for Dwarf units with shields. Ah, dang it, we don't even have a lot of those right now. Yeah, let's do Volley Fire then. Oh, it's not about a bug. They nerfed lords, and campaigns are already very... Wait, what is the thing? Oh, even with a mammoth mount. I thought you said he couldn't get on a mammoth mount. I mean, Norska's hard, but I do think Norska has some kind of rework or a little morsel of update coming in the future. I don't know when, but at some point. Oh god, which god do we go with? I guess... Do we go... I guess we go Grombrindal's Fury? But Grombrindal's Fury isn't going to make him amazing. Let's go Grimnir's Strength. Yep, we're going to call on Grimnir. And we're going to go for the ass beating of the century here. Alright. Round 2. Yeah, round 2 Electric Boogaloo time. If we're lucky, Grimgor might be arrogant and might have wandered off to try and conquer some other stuff, which will open the door for us to sweep in and take our stuff back. What would I want for a Vampire Counts rework if they went back to them before Warhammer 3? I don't think they will, first of all. I imagine the schedule leading up to Warhammer 3 is probably super packed. Because Warhammer 3 is already so far in development, they're probably like just trying to keep things afloat beyond what they've basically planned. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should just... on the other hand, maybe I should stay away from the Greenskins until their WoW is over. It's not going to last forever. But it will last for a long time. See if we can lure them over. If we can lure the Greenskins to us, I can attack them in Lightning Strike mode and beat them up one at a time. Let's see if we can lure them over here. Oh look, more Skaven. Goodbye. Well, I do appreciate the free rat food from Mount Silverspear, I must admit. Is he... Okay, so the Skaven are apparently invading me right now with an entire slave legions. Which is... I will... How do I... I will give them points for effort. However, I don't think this is going to work out well for them. But I'll take the free experience. Man, I remember when Grombrindal used to feel like hilariously overpowered, but... It's been so long since I've played him, it's like, wow, he's kind of hilariously overshadowed by a lot of the other characters now. Alright, so we've got a garrison building up at Mount Gunbad.
You know who I am.
You finished Legendary Scarsnake? Dude, congrats, dude. I've heard, I actually have been reading, and I've been laughing about it. I've been reading a lot of people, the way they've been playing Scarsnake right now, is that they just hide in Scarsnake's base for like the entire campaign, just doing like little things and making lots of money and stuff. And they wait for Grimgor to conquer his way to them, and then they just jump out and attack Grimgor and kill him, and then they take over his empire, and that wins the campaign instantly. Which, I mean, it's like, okay, that's kind of cheating, but at the same time, like, kudos, that's probably something Scarsnake would do.
Won't happen.
I wish I could absorb Zufbar.
Dowry from another hold arrived. 'Tis a great day. Who calls me?
Okay, let's finish healing up, I guess, and then
Organs.
we'll take the fight to the Urk.
Enemy shall tremble.
Is there an established age of maturity for dwarves? There is. I want to say it's 60, but I'd have to double check.
to the throne of power.
Or declare war on me too. That's fine. Whatever.
I believe was 80 was usually maturity, or 70 for women, for females, and like 80 for males, something like that.
That being said, you're always going to get called a beardling by somebody older than you. It's unavoidable. Unless you're, like, insanely old. You'll never get respect.
I fear the person that ever calls Crag a
Well, yeah,
beardling.
but nobody's older than Crag, so who's going to do it? It's a self-functioning system. They have to be older than you to do it. Nobody's older than him. Nobody can do it. Yeah, get out of here, punk. Alright, well, the good news is we're starting to spank greenskin armies left and right. Just the question is, can we take back a hold or a settlement without him just completely rolling over us?
Anat, don't you fret, it's done. On my way.
Okay, we do need to do our best to... We want to lure this greenskin to us, but we do not want him to, like, make it to us and attack us twice. We want him to hit us and then be forced to chase us. That way we can turn around and lightning strike him. How much lore do I know about Deep Rock Galactic Dwarves? Nothing. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Space Dwarves, it's a new video game.
Okay,
Well,
Cold knows about it.
I don't know much about it. Like, I've eyed it and looked at it, but I've never been a huge multiplayer kind of person. Unless I know the people, like if you were on there, Sotek, and Fow or someone was on there, yeah, I totally play it. But like with randos, I'm not a big person like that.
Come
I'm
here,
weird.
orcs. Here, piggy. Come here, piggy. God, as soon as his wah is done, I'm gonna punch his face in so hard. Yeah, good boy. Fall back. Lead them into the mountains. What is the lore behind Altharian's Mistwalker units? That would require a deep dive for me, because I think some of them are torn from the Storm of Chaos campaign back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. Was it early or mid? I don't remember. Some of them are from that, I think, and then the rest are like probably very old references or like literal sentences that have been expanded into units. It's a mining, fighting, and drinking game in space. Sounds very dwarfy. I will concur. Alright. We're gonna find a nice corner to set up shop in that we'll hold this hill. I don't think he has any cav. And we've got 2 grudge throwers this time. Oh no, he definitely... Well, no, he's got squigs. We'll send the gyrocopter to take out the thingamajigger, the doom diver, as quickly as possible. Ah, God, a part of my soul is like, no, you have to take a corner. Don't risk it. But I feel really confident we can crush these nerds. But he's got 3 units. No, he's got 4 units of black orcs. Oh, and he's got 2... He's got spiky roller pump wagon. Yeah, no, screw it. We're going in the corner. It's gonna hamper our grudge throwers a bit, but they'll live.
Virtuin one, there is no mounts or dwarf mounts in
Not
Warhammer.
technically true.
Unless you're doing the shield bearers, which I want. Why don't they have shield bearers? Why is this not in?
Because Creative Assembly is like, but that would mean we'd have to make new assets.
But it would also mean like you couldn't punt a lord around anymore.
Yeah, I think everybody and their mother wants shield bearers as a mount. Because then the Skaven could get it too, and it would be great. Like, the Skaven, I forget what the Skaven call theirs. The Skaven one is much funnier, but it's basically the same thing. And they invented it literally just to copy the dwarves, which is even better.
War of vengeance. Quarrelers.
Man, I wish, like, fire would interact with the trees in this game. Like, could you imagine if running through a forest gave you the flammable penalty? So, like, if you lured someone into the forest with, iron drakes and just lit them up while they're in the trees. That would be so nice. I hope they make more interesting terrain rules in Game 3. Because they have said they're working on bringing magical terrain into the game. Okay, the good news is, though, our army is very, very heavily buffed. Due to the fact that we have Grimnir as our patron. Okay, it looks like the greenskins are not coming towards us, which is fine. I will happily just shoot them. Oh my god, what are those? Night Goblin Archers. Okay, let's... I am so sick of nasty skulkers. Good god. Yeah, you better run, you little jerks. Okay, we've got to scare off the. Oh god, he's got so many archers. Okay, I don't think he's gonna come at us because he's scared, so we're gonna have to come at him, much as I do not want to. Lucas, thanks for the tip, my dude. He asks, who amongst the High Elves could actually face off against the likes of Thorgrim and Ungrim? I mean, Tyrion would be able to hold his own against a lot of those like super champions. Outside of Tyrion, Emmerich, definitely. Any of, like, the really high-tier fighters could hold their own. And, I mean, Teclis would be scary just because he has, like, a lot of powerful magic. I mean, High Elves can hold their own. That being said, I think it is more... Thorgrim would be scary. The Throne of Power is such a insanely powerful weapon, it kind of defies belief. Oh, they're coming towards me. Hold up. Back to the corner. Okay, the Doom Diver's almost broken. If we can break it, we can just chase it off.
It is a reckoning. Shocks away. Nothing can stop us.
What are shield bearers as a mount? So shield bearers are literally just an honor guard of dwarves that are like really, really like skilled warriors. And they hold, there's two of them, and they hold a big shield between them that a dwarf lord or thane can stand on. Do high and wood elves live vegetarian? No. They're practical. They're not goofy. I don't mean that vegetarians are goofy. I mean that vegetarians in a fantasy setting tend to be goofy. Sorry, just to be clear. I have no issues with vegetarianism. It's good for the planet. I personally don't do it because I'm lazy and I like the taste of meat, but I am very... I appreciate anyone that does do it. But, no. Wood elves are hunters. They'll eat whatever. Actually, to not hunt in elven culture in general would be kind of a no-no. Because if you don't hunt, that means that you're not giving thanks to Kurnos, who is also the father of elves. He's like their actual dad from a mythological perspective. So that's like a big no-no. You're supposed to hunt, and hunt respectfully, and offer up part of the hunt to Kurnos. Okay, the good news is I do actually have a lot of fire stuff now. Okay. Hold your fire. Hold your fire, melee stance, chase down that Doom Diver. And Grudge Throwers, just open fire. Rain hell down upon them. Are Thorgrim shield bearers also protected by the Throne of Power? Generally, yes.
Yeah, I believe the rune protects them because they're touching it.
Yeah,
and...
the rune of Aasimar creates a barrier and it does cover them. Yeah. good news is, as well, is our dwarves are super buffed. The last time we fought the greenskins, we did not have the advantage of the heirs of Grimnir, which we do now. So our guys' melee stats are, like, noticeably higher than they were last time. Yeah, like, I've got 70 melee defense on the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. That's nothing to sneeze at. Good job, gyrocopters, doing their job. Incoming squigs! Quarrelers, fire! Let's pop those overinflated balloons. Now. Wait for it. Wait for it. Flash bomb. Oh, God, I hate spiky rollers. Slayers, chop those things up. Okay, Grombrindal already chopped up their war boss. Dwarves into the fray!
Pump those Dwarven legs! They have wronged us.
Alright. The greenskins successfully routed. It's only a matter of time before we take back our ancestral homes. Let's see. Do I think legendary heroes will play a more prevalent part in 3? Yes, especially if I keep bugging them about it. How does the Empire afford to put all their knights into damn plate armor? They don't. Knights usually supply themselves because all knights tend to be nobility. Very, very rarely are knights not nobility because being a knight is very expensive. Have I tried the turn strategy of holding them off with a hero squad and mass shooting? That's cheating and I hate it. How is the Warhammer economy not totally off when wizards like Geld are able to synthesize gold? It is extremely illegal to the point of borderline pain of death to fabricate gold in the Empire, and most spells that cause other materials to turn into gold are not permanent. What the heck is VH? It means very hard.
Bolton made it into Game 3. Would he be a hero or legendary lord?
I don't know. I could see the argument for both, or either. Go out to that chariot. You know what? Chariots are easy to kill. Get the gallows. All right, we're just gonna speed up time while the slayers and copters chop down the units they can chase. Did the humans of Albion worship the old ones? Yes, they did. Though I don't know how much of the lore from the Albion campaign is still considered canon, because a lot of weird shit happened in Albion. Do I think runesmiths need a buff in single player? Do I think that war is bad and people should be allowed to eat food? Yes. Those are like the same tier of question. Do I think Gark Ironskin will make it into Game 3? I don't know if he'll be playable, but he'll definitely be in the game. I love that my Dragonback Slayers are having a hard time pursuing this unit because they're running into parts of this unit that are too far back. Okay, there they go. Now they're chopping them. Yeah, chop them up. Chop them up. Do I remember the Warhammer Online trailer Squig Herders? Yes, the Squig Herders were hysterical. I mean, the ones in the trailer were amazing, but playing them against them in game was also hilarious. When the game was live, I played a White Lion, and the White Lion literally has a skill where you send out your lion and it can grab somebody and like throw them back to you. So if you were playing a White Lion character, you would stand in the middle of all your buddies and you'd send your lion out to go grab the Squig Herders because they were the squishiest, and they would just like toss the goblin into the middle of all the order players, and everyone would just turn around and circle beat them to death.
How can I help?
I think we need to get back on that game, Sotek.
I do too. God, how did he run like 1,000 miles? What the hell? I was like almost right on top of him. I guess we could go ambush stance.
Though I don't know what I'd be. I mean, I keep being the dwarf, the Rooney dwarf, the Healy dwarf, but I'm so sick of being the healer.
The runesmith? It's just a
Well,
runesmith.
he's not a runesmith. Like, he can't craft runes.
Yeah, but they call him a runesmith. It's just that they were inhibited by their technology at the time.
Yeah.
The dwarfs need me.
Guy who carries a rune staff there.
Yeah.
And can
Rune
put
priest.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is a rune priest, not a rune smith. Never mind. I'm totally wrong. It is a rune priest. We need rune priest in Total War. That would be sexy. That could be like the female career. They could give us like rune priest of Valea. I'd pay for that. Oh, his wa is over. Oh, chat. I don't know if you could see me, but I'm fucking like rolling out my muscles. It's fucking vengeance time. Oh, is your wa gone, little Gobbo? Oh my god, I'm about to like punt these guys into a new form of oblivion that they've never even heard of.
Our enemies shall tremble.
Do I think we'll get to see Thoric in Game 2 with a proper Anvil of Doom? I pray that's gonna happen, but I really doubt it. Ah, and his wall failed! What a nerd. Okay, I just saw Grimgor somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Is it in the Pillars of Grudgny? Is that what it was?
On my way. Moving out.
No. Okay, so let's take Mount Squighorn. And force the Greenskins to attack us here.
I'm here now.
Because this Gobbo is now stuck unless he tries to like teleport. Okay, Mount Gunbad's about to be attacked by an all Skaven slave army. I think they've got that under control. Deadly Onslaught and Blade Master.
How can I help?
All right, we've got on our ass kicking outfit, chat. Let's see if we can make some good mileage out of it. Do I want to summon a new lord? It's kind of expensive. But I would like someone to be watching over Gunbad. Yeah, let's get this rune lord here who makes buildings cheaper and gives us research. Because we should be able to stabilize our economy in the very near future. Let's actually leave that building up. Especially if we keep relentlessly pursuing towards Karasakarak. What was Boris Todbringer's personal opinion on Karl Franz? He did not like him at first. I think eventually Franz won his respect, but they are still considered rivals. Oh, it wasn't Grimgor that was flashing, it was the Skaven that were flashing. Okay.
I'm ready.
Onwards! To the Pillars of Grugny!
Come on.
He's got walls, but that will not protect him from me. I lost Karasakarak. How did that happen? Was a borderline 40 stack led by Grimgor. I did kill Grimgor during the fighting, but unfortunately I wasn't able to stop Grimgor's army.
Because it was massively, like, OP.
Yeah, well, there were a lot of them. He had Wa's going constantly, and he had Grimgor's Wa, which gives a lot of AP and other nasty stuff. And then in addition to just all of that nonsense, my city was only level 2, and you can't build bigger garrisons at Karasakarak, so I was only able to hold the city with, like, 8 units, which is just not ideal. So now I'm fighting my way back to Karasakarak. And it's because Grombrindal wasn't there. That is another crucial point. I did not suspect the Greenskins were all going to, like, buddy up within, like, 2 turns, which they did. And when that happened, I got put between, like, a really nasty rock and a really hard place. Quarrelers, I want those walls purged of greenskins. Miners, I want that gate busted down. Warriors and Slayers, be ready to fill in after that. Oh, I should have sent the runesmith with those guys, and they'll be okay. We'll take some minor damage. I should note that I usually have a kill on sight policy against puns, but I'll make an allowance for myself. God, I can't wait for the siege overhaul in Game 3 that they've planned. Like, I don't know what all it's gonna be. I just hope it's really good, and I just want it to hurry up and get here. Oh, I have copters. I should probably use those. Alright, Quarrelers are doing a badass job getting rid of all the shooty boys. Copters, why don't y'all start killing pigs? Actually, before we go anywhere, let's drop some bombs here. No, miners, do not engage. Fall back. Fall back. I've got a better plan. That's a lot more sneaky and crafty. Okay, now go shoot pigs. Ekron's miners, to the gate! As well as Iron Drakes, to the gate. We're gonna blast everything inside of it. And use our superior range power to just frickin' devastate these stupid greenies. Launch? Maybe? Is he just not going to move in front of the gate? Oh, no, it kind of goes. I hate when the AI makes vaguely clever decisions. Oh, here we go. What the fuck was that? I think one of my grudge there is just eviscerating my miners. Alright, get the hell out of here. Miners, kill everyone. Let's go. Come here, gobble, big boss. Grombrindal's about to teach you a lesson in some manners. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, the hold is ours. That was the last major puzzle piece standing between us and Carrick 8 Peaks. Now we just have to take the capital. Greenskin filth. Slayers to the front! We've got some trolls we need dealing with. Iron Drakes, chill. Chill, guys. Let's not burn our own troops to try and get one green skin, okay? Alright, with me, you nerds!
Let the vengeance begin! Strike out!
Roast them.
Shine like hell! As you say!
Did I take the Slayer Oath after losing Karasakarak? I have not. I probably should, but I intend to take it back first. Are there any special characters from the Hung tribes that I can think of off the top of my head? Not off the top of my head. The Hung were the, like... they were the most rare and distant of the tribes. Just because most of their, like, big bases and stuff were, like, really far away. Okay, let's combine all these miners. And you give me another unit of quarrelers. And then I'm going to get rid of some more miners. Okay, no, only 2. Give me some dwarf warriors. Forward! Any mods I'm using? Yes. The only mods I'm using are 2 skill points for lords only when leveling up. I'm also using the game auto solves those stupid puzzles with like all the lines, because I hate that one and I don't want to sit down with a piece of paper and a pen and have to write it all out. So I do the one that just auto solves it for you. And then I have one for saving my camera settings. So I don't have to redo it every single time.
I am the White Dwarf.
Okay, I don't want to trigger Gotrek and Felix,
It is time.
because that's going to cause bugs. Well, okay, you know what? I can just reject them if I trigger them. Okay, here we go.
Jolly, forward.
Yeah, we did it! Karazakarak is ours again!
Attack.
Huzzah!
Alright, let's clean up all this greenskin filth. Wow, and I actually got Karazakarak back in better condition than I left it. I left it at level 2 and now it's level 3. Who would have thought that the greenskins make for good house guests, apparently. It's got most of the buildings I had in it, too. Okay, let's get dwarf beer going immediately. That is hysterical, holy shit. And then I want war machines.
How can I help?
Maybe I was wrong about Grimgor all this time. He was such a polite guest. He just made the place better than he left it.
Vengeful.
Many wrongs have been put right this day.
An art. I'm ready.
How can the mod for 2 skill points not be cheating and tanking with heroes be cheating? David, because is because it applies to the AI as well as myself. So it actually makes the AI significantly scarier and stronger. Get out of here, you stupid rat. Get that weak-ass all-slave army off my premises. And y'all thought I needed Legend of Total War's help. Ha! Yeah, without the WA, the greenskins were not nearly as bad to deal with. The WA just made them, like, insane. I really don't like that the Karazakarak airfield does not give you the ability to recruit gyrocopters. I also would like them to redistribute how you get copters. Do y'all think it would be reasonable? Do y'all think it would be reasonable to get, like, the steam gun gyrocopter at tier 3, then you get the brimstone copter at tier 4, and then you could have the gyro bomber at tier 5? Like, I really do not feel like copters are a tier 4 unit. It seems ridiculous to me that you have to wait that long to get them. Ah, frickin' rats, I see you over there.
I'll see
You're not stealthy, Skaven.
you know who I am.
Nobody likes you.
Armed and ready.
Oh, a lot of Skaven. Are they still all slaves? Yep. I just imagined, like, the Skaven sitting there. They're like, if we create a wall or like an entire bridge of corpses, the Dawi will become too stuck in it due to their small size, and then we can just walk over them to their forts. Like, that has to be their game plan by this point, by the amount of slaves that they're throwing at us. Okay, let's forge the Gatekeeper helm. That'll be really, really good on our Runesmith. Might get one for our Rune Lord later as well. Do we have any, like, sexy new weapon? No, not really. Oh, the Old Guard's Hammer. 10 melee attack and 12 weapon strength. Oh, wait, no, that's this. No, okay, we don't have any crazy new weapon yet. But I will take the Gatekeeper's helm. That'll be pretty decent for this dude. Because that just gives all of my dwarves some really, really nice buffs.
The dwarfs need me.
Any legendary lord I could think at that could start at Carrick Zorn? Yes, Thoric Ironbrow. Thoric Ironbrow would make perfect sense. He's just on a big expedition to find the ancestor gods, because that's literally all he cares about. That is like the whole story you need to know about Thoric Ironbrow, is that he's obsessed with finding lost rune knowledge and discovering the resting place of the ancestor gods. So it would make perfect sense for him to be the one to rediscover Carrick Zorn and be like, hey, we should, like, set up base here and get working on stuff. Oh god, Vengeance is gonna be so sweet. As soon as I get my grubby paws on Grimgore. I want to put a ranger building here, but I need to wait until I have more money.
I'm here. It's no bother. I'll do it.
Alright, we will protect Squighorn until the walls are built. Never again shall these walls fall, chat. Never again. Oh, that's... Okay, Cole, this is a pretty cool question. The Mentor King on YouTube asks, if you could pick a single historical battle from every faction to, like, feature in a new mode, what would you pick for them? For those that you feel inclined to answer on. I'll give my answers as well, but I'll let Cole go first.
I am the white
Historical battle in a mode. What do you mean by mode?
You remember back in Shogun 2, you could play, like, the historical battles, and they would, like, set you up with the armies, and you would just play out what happened. So, like that. The one for every race. What for the races that you feel comfortable answering that for, what famous battles do you think would be fun to be able to allow the player to do?
Are we talking modern era or just overall?
No, just, like, their entire history.
I would love the Battle of Blackfire Pass with, Kurgan, Ironbeard, and Sigmar.
Oh yeah.
It just has to happen. I would like the Battle of 100 Cannons, even though there's more than 100 cannons. Let's see. Definitely the Siege of Toralisi. Because, killing Kalidor II would be amazing.
Very true.
Just a feel-good moment. It'd be another Game 3 thing, but reenact the battle with Zufbar and Kadrin against the Dawizar.
fearless.
That would be a good one.
Unbreakable. You know who I am. Forward.
There's like there's a lot of siege battles, like the Battle of Prague, with Kolek.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty spicy.
What battle was it? That had... Oh, my train of thought just fucking flew out the window. Where the Norscan dwarfs and the Southern dwarfs get reunited.
Oh, that was the Battle of Prague.
Was
Or
it
sorry,
Prague?
sorry, that was the Battle of Kislev. Battle at the gates of
Yeah.
Kislev. It's a mouthful. Oh, we got the Fiery Ring of Thori. Ooh, I am very fond of that item. It's a very good runesmith item, I think.
I'm trying to think of... Because I'm just knowledgeable about dwarves. That's why I'm like, blah, blah, dwarves.
I mean, yeah, I'm just waiting for you to get through your little list.
Go ahead. Like, I have to think about more.
Okay, so I would say for mine, my list would be as follows. For the Empire, I would do the third Battle of Blackfire Pass, where it's Karl Franz finally unlocking the power of Galmaraz, when he defeats that really big scary orc war boss he fought. For the Dwarves, I would do... Yeah, I would do the final siege of Toralesi, where Gotrek Starbreaker kills Kalidor II. For the High Elves, I would probably do the Battle of Pelennor Fields, where Tyrion and Teclis kind of became super duper famous, where Tyrion defeated Urian Poisonblade, who was Malekith's like super scary assassin, and Teclis defeated Malekith in a magic duel, and it was like a crazy big fight with a lot of different moving parts. For the Skaven, I would do Ooh, the Skaven. What's my favorite battle that the Skaven actually won?
That's
And,
what I'm trying to think of.
like, what's the best one they won and actually walked away from? That one's kind of tough.
Armed and ready.
Trying to... Clan Pestilence had some okay ones, but not like a super crazy one where they won. Clan Scryer didn't really have a super crazy one.
How can I help?
I mean, I guess you could do Clan Moors winning the battle for Carrick 8 Peaks, but that was more of like a super long war of attrition than it was like any specific battle. Man, it's actually kind of tough.
It is kind of tough, right?
Isn't Pelennor Fields Lord of the Rings? Yes, but if I recall correctly, if you spell it differently, I believe it's pronounced the same, but if you spell it differently, that's also like the big High Elf War, the most recent one. For the Lizardmen, I would either do the Siege of Itza, or I would do the, if you needed to do like more modern, oh, Fenneval Plains. Yeah, I don't know why I said Pelennor Fields. Yeah, my brain was like, Pelennor Fields, and I was like, I guess that's right, because my brain said that, so I'm just going to keep rolling with it. Yeah, no, Fenneval Plains. Oh, goodness. I'm tired. Let's see here. Let's get rid of a couple of dwarves. Oh, wait, no, I'm kind of out of money. Alright. Yeah, I don't know, the Skaven are kind of hard. Oh, you know which one I would do for the Skaven? Is kind of going down their character list. Probably like a big fun fight that would be really fun to do would be I actually would probably go to the end times for that. Like doing the battle in the Vale where Queek Headtaker finally defeated Scarsnake. That was a crazy fight.
You know who I am. Fearless and unbreakable.
You know what, before I build that, I think I'd rather
I'm here.
finish up my troops here. Oh, Thunderers, yes! Yes! And I can trade out
The dwarfs
some of my Dwarf Warriors for Dwarf Warriors with axes. Or great axes.
Master of runecraft. Yes, thou hast also.
The final battle against Clan Pestilence for the Lizardmen? Yeah, that's another thing you could do. Probably the biggest victory for the Lizardmen ever. Like, where they just flat out won. Were the Siege of Hexadol, where they fought Vashnar the Tormentor. Or, the Battle of Guacamole Crater, where Ten and Juan finally, like, defeated, like, thousands of Skaven. And ended up sacrificing them all to Sotek like the boss that he is.
Our enemies shall tremble.
Okay, it looks like the Greenskins are stalling out or something. Because he is having a hard time. The Border Princes have remained steady. Which is really surprising, considering how hard he was punishing me a little bit ago. Maybe he ran into some kind of problem. Hope he did, bastard. Yeah, you could do the Skaven Civil War. The Skaven Civil War does actually have a couple of really funny battles. What's the backstory to Gal Maraz? Oh, dude. Ooh, Gal Maraz is a busy one. Man, how do I, like, concisely explain it? Gal Maraz is a genuinely mysterious hammer that we know. Okay, so we know it was forged by the dwarves. If I remember correctly, it was forged by Morgrim,
Nope.
who is. Was it not more? Who was? No, it wasn't Morgrim. It
Thungni.
was
Thungni did it.
yeah, Thungni did it. That's right. I always forget that this game like goofs it backwards in the voice lines. So, but essentially one of the ancestor gods is credited with having forged Galmaraz, and it was a very potent. God, look at that greenskin army. All black orcs, and then giants, trolls, doom divers, and boar chariots.
How can I help?
If I could lure him into a trap, though, I could kill him. Like I've got the tools. I just gotta lure him to me.
Rude Lord, if you say so.
I like that this Rune Lord is just getting like super beefy off of just like beating the absolute tar out of legions and legions of Skaven. Oh, anyway, so Galmaraz was formed, and Galmaraz in Khazilid roughly translate to Skull Splitter. And boy, does it work up to its name. It is a insanely scary rune axe. Wow, Greybeard's prospectors walked all the way up here from the Southlands to declare because they're at war with me. Holy shit! Like that means he came all the way from this mountain right here, all the way up, and this is all that's left. 7 units. Good grief. Anyway, and Skull Splitter, we don't know a lot of its super detailed history, because although it was like a really powerful rune weapon, it wasn't anything that the dwarves themselves like ascribe. Oh, I didn't even notice this guy teleported behind me. It's not anything that we ascribe like a ton of famous legends to from the dwarf perspective. However, once when it did become important in history is that it was a favored weapon by High King Kurgan Blackbeard? High King Ironbeard.
Ironbeard.
High King Kurgan Ironbeard was was a very good dwarf king, and he was the king during Sigmar's time, which Sigmar is the founder of the empire and also the god of the primary god of the empire because he's like a crazy badass. But essentially what kind of made it super duper famous is that when Sigmar was given Galmaraz, something changed about it. And it went from being like kind of a cool weapon to being one of the most powerful weapons in the entirety of Warhammer Fantasy. It is a legendary weapon of incredible power. In that it has like a form of sentience to it, and it seems that it's because when Sigmar was gifted the weapon, whatever Thugni did to it when he forged it, it somehow allowed the weapon to essentially absorb. My theory is that it has the capability of absorbing Sigmar's essence, and it did that, which resulted in the weapon becoming like a literal extension of him and his godly power. So now it's basically the most potent of Sigmar's artifact. And he just, like, swings it. If you get hit by that thing, it doesn't really even matter who's wielding it. As long as, like, the weapon is, like, vaguely active, it will absolutely destroy your face. Okay, so we've got the Pig Lord here raiding our territory. Mount Squighorn is under attack, but I have no question I'll be able to save it. Chaos Corruption for 3,000 gold. I'm okay, thanks. The Rune Helm of Zufbar. Defeat 2 greenskin armies. Well, guess what I'm already on track to do. So many enemies at my gates.
Don't you fret, it's done. I've a man, no. You're not right in the head.
Gabo, I am about to smash her face in 10 ways from Sunday.
Iron-willed. Lord of Clan Morgan.
Okay, we probably need to start investing in like public order stuff. Get our empire a little more under control. Yeah, and Golmaraz, yes, Golmaraz is the origin of the setting. Warhammer is called Warhammer because the famous Warhammer is Golmaraz. And Golmaraz has like a pretty hefty line of people it is beating the absolute tar out of. Including Nagash, the Great Necromancer, and one of like the most terrifying sorcerers in the world, and Morkar, the first of the Everchosen. Both of them got bodied pretty heavily by that thing. Boop. Oh, Grombrindal. I love you. You're doing so good now. Now we're cooking!
I go where I'm needed. Aye?
Immortal Rune Priest. More money.
Can I help you?
Okay, let's have our Rune Lord up here start actually recruiting some miners. Just because he's getting a little surrounded.
You know who I am.
And after I deal with this little invasion, I can get an army of Longbeards with Grombrindal, as it should be. What would happen if some Chaos Lord were to pick up Golmaraz? It doesn't do anything. It's literally just like a hunk of metal to them. Because Archaon captured it for a little while. Do you hear cold? Yeah! Aztecs in chat, by the way.
Aztecs in chat?
Yep.
Hi, Aztec. Long time no talk.
Yeah, Cole's just hanging out with us. Because I want him to feel better, so I'm using my amazing skills to help him heal.
Mind off all of my pain and suffering.
Yeah, pretty much.
The dwarfs need me.
Wurzag, you're crashing the wrong house, buddy.
It is time. To battle!
Goodbye. And the Pig Lord is no more.
Grombrindal!
Razor sack 3 different greenskin settlements. I can do that. Ooh, 10% physical resistance on Grombi? Yes,
Moving
please.
out.
Alright, let's get rid of our Dwarf Warriors and the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass and replace them with Longbeards.
What do you want?
Yeah, no. It's like, oh, you're going to struggle against this all-goblin army. I don't think I will. Yeah, Hawk Oddly, yeah. Mount Gunbed honestly has ramps of Skaven slaves. By this point, yes it does. We're having an excellent Skaven slave corpse harvest right now. Are there any chaotic weapons that are close to as powerful as Golmaraz? No. The Dark Gods wish they had such power.
It is a reckoning. Dwarf warrior.
There are some weapons that are, like, noteworthy, like the Slayer of Kings and stuff like that. But I'll put it this way, an imitation of Golmaraz created by Sigmar during the final battle with Archaon, an imitation of Golmaraz was able to shatter the Slayer of Kings. Which is, like, hilarious. No weapon is Golmaraz's equal. The only weapon that I would say is even close, or actually, the only weapon that could debatably be considered its equal is the Sword of Cain. The Sword of Cain is a bit of a question mark on that one, because we're not exactly sure. The Sword of Cain, although it was used quite a bit by Anarion the Defender, and Tyrion during the end times, we never really got to see it, in my opinion, like driven to its absolute max. And while it is powerful, it was possible for various people to counter it, which Golmaraz you cannot counter. Like, you can't stop it. Like, freaking, when Tyrion fought Durthu during the end times and he was wielding the Widowmaker, Durthu literally just grabbed the Sword of Cain Like, he just grabbed the blade and held it in his hand. Then he just picked it up and threw Tyrion, like, a mile away. And that was literally, like, how they got Tyrion out of that battle, was Durthu just chucked him like a toy he didn't want anymore.
Locked and loaded. Very well. Yes. Yes, Lord. And that. As you command.
Alright, it is time to smash some Grobi.
Thunderers. They have wronged us. Dwarf warriors. Unbent.
Hold the line!
For cannon and far. Kill them. Vengeance.
Not even Grimnir's axe? Ah!
Grimnir's axe would, I think, is on par with it.
Yeah, I would say Grimnir's axe. I would put Grimnir's axe in the same category as Galmaraz and the Sword of Cain.
Miners, move for the ancestors.
Now, if you had both of Grimnir's axes, both of Grimnir's axes
Yes.
could probably one-up Galmaraz.
Armed and ready. Thunderers,
Thunderers,
battle ready.
I want that Goblin Shaman to be nothing but a cartoonish set of holes. Open fire!
Bring them down. Thunderers. War of
Why are y'all struggling to hit him? Whatever.
defiant and unbowed. Ready for more. Ready.
Are Razorgores the same as boars on the orc side? Razorgores, no. Razorgores are much bigger. Much bigger. Razorgores are huge, dude. What you're thinking of are Tuskors. Tuskors are the size of regular boars. And they pull, like, the really weak version of the Beastman chariot. Because there are Tuskor chariots and there are Razorgore chariots. Razorgore chariots are pulled by a single pig, which are the Razorgores, which are huge creatures, and they're terrifying. And, like, you could use Razor... There have been Beast Lords in the lore, like Gothor the Beast Lord. The way that he smashed open a really powerful Empire Gate was that he just let loose, like, a couple of Razorgores at it. How many battles of Blackfire Pass have there been? 3. The first one was when Sigmar fought side by side with the dwarves. And managed to defeat, like, one of the largest greenskin hordes ever seen. I don't actually know the second one off the top of my head. I'd have to go look it up. And the third one was, like, one of the biggest trials of Karl Franz's reign.
It is a reckoning. Yes, faith.
Mow
You know
down!
what? Another epic battle would be
Huh.
the battle against the demonic legions with Snorri Whitebeard and Malekith fighting side by side for the.
Oh, yeah, that would actually be a good one. Like, Malekith back when he was, like, a super good guy, and Snorri Whitebeard on the throne of power. Yeah, that would be pretty sick. And also, like, really sad at the same time. It's like, this used to be the greatest alliance in the world, and now it's all garbage.
Yep, it's trash.
Damn it, Malekith.
Dude had to go and fuck everything up. No, I blame more of his mother than I.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, Morthy is probably more to blame, but, I mean, Malekith was the one that pulled the trigger. Morthy messed him up, but I don't think that necessarily gets him out of the blame game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Grombrindal didn't kill him when he found him in the end times. That would, oh man, I would have literally died. I would have died laughing if instead of like Slanesh grabbing Morthy and that's how she died, if like Morthy was just doing some crazy bullshit and then Grombrindal just shows up and like chucks an axe and it hits her in the head. Like that would have been so perfect as like the way to like deal with that grudge. What did Ashurin do in the end times? Absolutely nothing. None of the elf gods did, except for Lilith. Because, well, technically, all of the elf gods, except for Lilith for some reason, had basically descended from the heavens due to being defeated by the dark gods at some point, and most of them had taken on, like, physical avatars. Ashurin did not do this as well as the others, because Ashurin seemed to be waiting for someone to absorb his power, as opposed to actually having someone who was born as him. And a couple of the other gods did that too. Like, Sea Lord Island, Sea Lord Island, fun fact a lot of people don't necessarily know about him. Sea Lord Island actually died pretty early on in his story to Lokir Felhart and was lost at sea. But when his body washed up on Ulthuan, he was, like, magically okay. And kind of the hint, hint, wink, wink that they have going on is that he's not actually Sea Lord Island anymore. He's literally just the god Mathland possessing Sea Lord Island's body. And which is basically what, like, Sigmar did to Karl Franz in the end times. But like, he did a really good job of seeming to, like, either have his memories or at least impersonate him. It's not 100% clear. Who would win, a Narian with the Sword of Cain or Sigmar with Galmarez? Honestly, as silly as it sounds, I honestly would have my money on Sigmar. Like, if it was a Narian the Defender at his absolute peak versus Sigmar at his absolute peak, I'd go with Sigmar. Sigmar at absolute peak was insane. Like, he was just a god, period, end of story. A Narian the Defender was also very, very insanely powerful. But, like, he would need his dragon and Dragnir to even the odds. With his dragon? I don't know. That'd be kind of a toss-up. And Dragnir was pretty serious stuff. He was a very, very big dragon. And very scary. And, like, super powerful. Alright. We have... I'd say we have pretty solidly secured our realm. Somehow. I don't know how we came back from that, honestly. That was really rough. It is time for us to start looking outwards again. And expanding. Which is pretty amazing, considering I thought that campaign was nearly over. But the Greenskins are weak! They had a really strong push at first, I'll give it to them, but they just could not keep it up, and that's why dwarves are better. So we got that tenacity.
Endurance, my friend.
Oh, sorry. Someone did a tip, and I missed it. Let's see what we got here. Ah, Godzilla 2021. Where does Krokar's weapon rank? Ooh, that's really hard. That's super hard, because both of Krokar's weapons are relics of the old ones. I don't know. I really don't know. Krokar's spear, the revered spear of Tlanksha, we never saw that spear, like, pushed to any limit. Like, it casually was just amazing. And able to do whatever it wanted with, like, no repercussions whatsoever. I have no idea what the upper limits of that weapon is. And the Hand of the Gods, apparently... The Hand of the Gods originally was, like, a really cool weapon, but it didn't seem to be God tier, and then the end times happened, and they were like, haha, JK, this thing's, like, one of the scariest things in the known universe. And, like, yeah, I honestly cannot say for sure. That is a borderline impossible question to answer. Honestly. And that's just because of lack of information. Like, we just don't have enough data for me to be able to comment on those. That should answer your question, St. Augustine.
What made Sigmar so much stronger than Karl Franz?
Sigmar... Oh, God. How do I answer this without getting into, like, a huge tirade? Like, Sigmar... Sigmar cheats. And what I mean by that is that Sigmar is not a man. Sigmar is a god who did not know he was a god. Seems to be the case. Sigmar is a very difficult mystery to talk about and solve, because I don't think Sigmar knew what he was. I'm sure he had... it's really hard to answer that. There's a lot of weirdness with Sigmar. Like, his birth was heralded by a comet, which sounds like just kind of a cute, like, narrative thing. But no, it turns out that's actually kind of a weird thing, because that very same comet heralded the coming of Sotek, who was also a god. So Sigmar... But Sigmar had human parents. Like, we know he's not an alien. He wasn't a Superman. He didn't crash land on the planet. Like, so we know that he is technically human in the strictest sense of the term. However, it's really complicated. I would have to sit and do, like, a really long conversational type video to explain all the ins and outs and the weirdness about his life story and how he did all the stuff that he did. Because it's, like, all over the damn place. Okay, I don't think I need 2 grudge throws. I think we can go down to 1 and take the Scolder Guard. What's up?
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It would take a lot to explain. It is my genuine belief that Sigmar is not entirely human. I think, or actually, I would rephrase it as, I think Sigmar is what the Old Ones intended humanity to be. I think Sigmar was, this is going to sound whack, I think Sigmar was a literal Hail Mary by the Old Ones that took a long time to arrive. And the only evidence I have for this claim is that he arrived at the exact same time as Sotek. They were born on the exact same day. Which is absurd. Like, that's way too convenient. That, like, 2 of the greatest threats to all Chaos factions, races, were born on the same day. Manifested on the same day. There has to be something to that. And we just don't know. Because Games Workshop didn't ever explore it, because Games Workshop is super lazy with their storylines. So, kind of like I said, there's no easy answer to that. It's complicated.
The dwarfs need me.
Where's your angry Gotrek? Well, we're not recruiting Gotrek because there's a bug with him. If you recruit Gotrek right now, and for any reason he dies, and then anytime after that you like open up the Lord menu, it apparently crashes the game. We don't want that to happen. Oh yeah, I need to send a Thane over to. I don't need one that's gonna like stay alive, but you're going to Carrick Norn for Grombrindal's. Oh my gosh, I have so many quests. What all do I need to do? Recruit a runesmith. Win 2 battles against Norska. Good lord. Move a character to Carrick Norn. Raise or sack 3. Oops, I should have been raising these. It has to be different settlements? Yeah, different for that. Okay. Cool. We can get these done.
What are we doing?
I'm remembering that Grombrindal is a character who needs me to do things. So I'm recruiting characters. Okay, so let's get this guy. That'll advance the Cloak of Valea. Move a character to Peak Pass. Okay, we will send this runesmith to Peak Pass, which is up here. Wow, there is literally like a massive legion of nothing but clan or slave rats marching on my horse.
It's fun to kill. I mean, I literally played some Skaven in tabletop just to watch them die. Like, literally, that was my only reason for playing it.
Sigmar is the Warhammer equivalent of Warhammer 40k's God Emperor. Yeah, but a lot less of a dick. Sigmar was, like, always a genuinely good person who was trying to do the right thing. And did not manipulate his entire species or commit horrible atrocities. Man, I'll tell you guys what, I've actually been doing a lot of 40k reading and listening lately, like just casually while I've been working on stuff. And good lord, the Emperor of Mankind is a jerk. Like, he's just the worst. It's like, I know everything is supposed to be grim in the 41st millennium, but I didn't realize he was such an asshole. Like, good Jesus. Like, fantasy, we're kind of like, oh, well, there's no, like, super big good guys in fantasy. Hint, hint, wink, wink. And then we read 40k and it's like, oh, fuck that, no. Okay, yeah, there's good guys in fantasy. Well, yeah, until Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar decided to make Sigmar a lot more complex. But that's also because he's like an active figure. You know, in fantasy, Sigmar is not active. He's just a god. He's very distant. And there's a lot of myths and legends surrounding it. And the Sigmar trilogy of novels. In the Sigmar trilogy of novels, Sotek blows up Norscan women and children while they flee across a river. Oh, Sigmar. It's been a while since I've reread that trilogy. I might need to go back and reread it, but he still is nothing compared to the God Emperor.
Well, when he has the crown of
oh
Nagash,
yeah, was that when he had the crown of Nagash?
with the dragon banner and everything? Yeah, just fucking wrecking everything.
Yeah, if that's when he had the crown of Nagash, that doesn't count. Crown of Nagash doesn't count.
That's not him.
Yeah, that's cheating.
The dwarfs need me.
Though it is worth noting that Sigmar did have to chase out the. Oh yeah, I forgot. Wow, why was my army so like beat up here? Okay, let's actually march out and deal with these rats before we get too big of an infestation. That being said, the Norskins were kind of a weird situation, because the Norskins. So Sigmar, when Sigmar was trying to build the Empire, he went around to all the different human tribes in the area, and he said, "Okay, you guys absolute, like, you guys need to sign up with us. We're gonna, like, unify everything. We're gonna make I'm gonna make an empire, and we're going to unify so that we can fight back the Greenskins and yada 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 yada." And there are a couple tribes that said no. The Norskins said no, and the Bretonii said no. Bretonii, whatever you want to call them. And the Bretonii fled to the southwest into what we now know as Bretonia after some shenanigans, because they were forced out. Because Sigmar, although Sigmar was like not evil or anything, he was still a barbarian. Sigmar is still like from the Unburgan tribe who had a fairly violent culture at the end of the day. And the Norskins were a bit of a complicated situation because the Norskins had some very curious habits. They were not the most kosher of people, and by kosher I mean they were not. They've always kind of had that little streak of dark godness to them. That it's extensively covered in their own backgrounds, and that has a lot to do with when the Norskins were pushed out of the Northern Empire. They tried to head into Kislev, to where all of the ancient ancestors of Kislev were, and the ancestors of Kislev hated the Norskins, like despised them. And the Kislevites, the early ancestors of the Kislevites, absolutely kicked the crap out of them, because they could not stand the Norskins and what the Norskins' culture was about. So the Norskins just kept going north and north and north until they eventually wound up in Norska. But they've always been a little meh. Did the Fey Enchantress know about the plans of Lilith? No, not to that extent. The Fey Enchantress was a genuine guardian of Bretonia, And the Fey Enchantress is also super complicated because Games Workshop goes really back and forth on what she is. A lot of the old lore says that, like, explicitly states that the Fey Enchantress is an elf. Like, just is an elf, and the Bretonnians just don't really have a great understanding of what elves are. But she's not, like, blatant about it. She keeps her elfness as a vague secret. But if you knew she was an elf, if you knew what elves were, you could tell just by looking at her. But in some accounts, she's an elf, very, very straightforward. But then in other accounts, she's actually a human. In some accounts, Morgiana is the only Fey Enchantress there's ever been, and then in other accounts, the Fey Enchantress is a title that's been passed down generation to generation. And honestly, that's why I haven't done a video on her yet, because I would like to, but I really need to figure out which version of the story I want to go with, because it's optional at this point, just because she's... There's a lot of weird stuff there, because Games Workshop kept changing its mind. Like, in the end time, she seemed to be human. Especially because she gets turned into a vampire, which was so unnecessary, and I don't understand why they did that to her character. That was such a over-the-top plot thing to do. And was just like a big fuck you to all the Bretonnian fans, but, you know, whatever. That was Games Workshop's favorite thing to do at that point. Any lore of the Hand of the Gods? The Hand of the Gods, the only thing I can tell you about it, from what we seem to know, is that the Hand of the Gods is a gauntlet. It's not a prosthetic, it's a gauntlet. Krokkar was... We know that Krokkar was given it by Mazdamundi after the Great Catastrophe. So once all the demons were defeated and pushed back to their, and the vortex was activated, and, you know, the demons were cast out, and pushed back to the realm of chaos because of the vortex, yada 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 yada. At that point, Krokkar was basically just running around Lustria almost like a feral animal, because he was all that was left of his entire temple city. Like, his entire home had been completely wiped out. And it kind of got to the point where him and Grimlock were the only survivors, even though he had started with like a bunch, even after their temple city was destroyed. So they basically, he was just kind of wandering around, and Mazdamundi telepathically summoned him to Hexaotl and was like, "You're a badass, you're in charge of all of my armies now. Like, you're the general of Lustria." And Krokkar was like, "Alright, I guess that makes sense," and he was given the Hand of the Gods, kind of as a symbol of his authority, but also as a powerful weapon. Okay, there we go. I was like, how is that guy not dead? Good lord.
Nothing can stop us! To battle!
Alright, Zotek. So if you were transported into this world, and you couldn't... They didn't throw you into the body of a lizardman, what would be your second choice?
Like, of any race?
Any race.
I would probably go with... This is like a really cushy life that's like, don't have to do anything. I would probably be like a very wealthy person in Tilia. Because Tilia is it's not super crazy safe, but compared to everywhere else in the Warhammer world, it's pretty super crazy safe. And apparently they have very pleasant weather, and like, if you're good to go there, like, they don't really face that many threats. The biggest threat they face is the Skaven, but the Skaven are so incompetent most of the time that the merchant princes are able to deal with them very, very easily. If my goal was to survive as long as possible, I would probably want to be some kind of vampire. Like, just a big old scary vampire lord.
Tomb King. If I couldn't be a dwarf, I'd want to be a Tomb King.
I don't know. You wouldn't have any sensation. A lot of the Tomb Kings kind of tend to see. Oh,
Hey man. Hey man.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair point.
You know me.
Fair point. Nothing is better than agony, I suppose.
Numb.
Not a Bretonian noble? Oh, I would not want to live in Bretonia. Are you kidding?
Never want to.
Dude, Bretonia is like so dirty and filthy. Plus, like, as much as it may not seem it sometimes, or maybe it does seem it, I don't know. I have a very overdrive sense of empathy. Like, I am very easily invested in other people, and I am very driven to want to see other people happy, and Bretonia would drive me crazy. I would be like, the peasants need to be treated like human beings, and all the other Bretonian lords would be like, that man is a heretic, kill him. Don't the Tomb Kings have sensation within the realm of souls? Well, yeah, technically, I guess. Apparently, it's like a pseudo-paradise. As long as you're on the upper tiers. If you're on the lower tiers, it's not a great place. Godzilla 2021, I don't know, man. You might try posting it on the subreddit or something. You might be able to get an answer there.
Master of runecraft. Vengeful rune lord.
Oh, I get my garrison. Yeah. Get out of here.
On my way. Iron-willed. What do you want?
Okay, the rest of those Skaven armies to the south are pretty far away, so let's have this Rune Lord in ambush stance. So if those Skaven try to move close, he can kind of hold the line.
Being a greenskin? No way, dude. Like, you'd be threatened, and you probably wouldn't make it to maturity.
Yeah, you'd probably die pretty quick. your odds of survival would not be great. Let's be frank here. See if I can burn down Iron Rock. I'll worry about conquering it later, but we can, like, sack or raise it right now.
If you're like a goblin, oh man, you'd be screwed.
Nah, you just end up being a snotling. Or a squig. You could end up being a squig. That would be like the monkey paw equivalent to being like, I want to be a greenskin, and it just turns you into a squig. It's like, son of a bitch.
Well, just find a really, really attached ogre, and you're fine, man. You're good for the rest of your life, unless they eat you.
I am the
Well, for that, you want to be a
even-
Noblar.
Nobblar, there we go.
Yeah, Snotling ain't gonna get you jack. Best case scenario as a Snotling is you find an orc who treats you like a dog. High Elves sound pretty safe? Yeah, you think that, except for Ulthuan's, like, constantly getting invaded.
Yeah, you're always like have the chance of becoming like a dark elf slave or something.
Or, you know, being invaded by, like, random warriors of chaos, or demons, or many dark elf plots, or God knows what other garbage. Who would win in a one-on-one fight between Krokgar and Grimlock? Wait, oh, sorry. Gorok and Krokgar. Krokgar would probably be able to defeat Gorok. Gorok is very, very tanky and would be difficult to kill, but Krokgar is a lot smarter than him and has just thousands and thousands and thousands of years more battle experience and would probably have a pretty good idea on how to handle a fellow lizard man. Why can I not move inside Gunbad? Is it because I'm, like, inside their area of influence? That's very silly.
My anger burns bright.
Are these just all slaves? It's so sad. And my garrison's still kind of healing. I'm a little nervous about just trying to hop back into my settlement. So that kind of seems like an easy way to just, like, take free damage, but... Actually, no, let's focus Baragdawa's back. Yeah, I think we've actually pushed the Greenskins back pretty hard. It's power rank 14. He must just be focusing his efforts somewhere else. Maybe he's busy fighting Cetra? Oh, no, he's fighting Queek. Ah. Okay. So we're taking advantage of that three-way war. That's fitting. I see you there, you little jerk.
I'll see it done.
Would I rather them add Tedoeker or Oxiodal? Personally, I'm more of a Tedoeker person, but I have a very stinking suspicion that we're going to get Oxiodal instead. Which, granted, Oxiodal would be vastly different from anything we've had so far. Tedoecho, you could kind of argue, is the same thing as Ten and Juan, because both of them are, like, technically Skink Priest-focused characters. But it's more of, like... It's more that, at that point, you know, it's like, oh, well... Tedoecho is more of like the hardcore Heavens version, and he's all about casting, whereas Ten and Juan is more of the hardcore beast caster, but he's also a melee hybrid. Whereas Oxiodal is like, oh, a ranged assassin chameleon skin character. So it'll probably be him.
Lore Master Sotek, can you confirm whether or not Galroch is worshipped by some Chaos tribes in the lore?
Yep, there are some people that worship Galroch, and it never works out well. Because Galroch is literally the angriest old man in the entire setting. To the extent that every time somebody has accidentally woken him up because they're being too loud, he immediately goes on a rampage and kills everyone nearby. Which is admirable in some circles.
You know who I am.
Or at least sympathetic.
Lord of Clan Borgrim. Someday.
You want to be a rogue idol of Gork or Mork?
The dwarfs need me.
I mean, as long as all you care about is just, like, punching stuff until the world blows up, then yeah, I guess that works.
I have the forge fires glowing.
Who is the oldest character in terms of age in Warhammer Fantasy? The oldest character we know is Krakenrock the Black. Krakenrock is the father of the entire Dragon Ogre race, and he was already old when the Old One showed up on the planet.
One rag. A movie. I am the White Dwarf. I. I'm here.
I should probably go lift the siege on Mount Gunbad just to be safe. There is an awful lot of rats up there. Actually, no, I should probably stay here until the war is over.
I'm ready. There's no bother. I'll do it.
What are possible units for a future Lizardman DLC? Well, the Troglodon, first and foremost, obviously.
I do this for honor,
After the
not
Troglodon, I could see them doing Kodals, which Kodals are kind of like large feathered serpents that have big feathered wings. Not feathered serpents as in they have feathers instead of scales, but feathered serpents as in they are serpents that have feathered wings. They're basically, you know, the Aztec kind of idea from our world. So their Kodals would probably be like a monster they would, or like some kind of unit or monster they would get. I could also see them getting some kind of Kroxigor hero for a lord. They'd probably get Skink Oracles, which would be a type of casting skink that would probably have a Troglodon mount option. Beyond that, probably some kind of weird new form of Saurus or Skink. What would my day-to-day be if I chose to be Neferata's thrall? That depends. Are you a boy or a girl? Because depending on your answer, it's going to be very different. And I'll give you a spoiler, you do not want to pick the boy option, because although Neferata may seem like the sexy dominatrix type, she does not like men very much at all. If you are a dude under her care, you're going to have a bad time. Will the old ones ever return? Well, the world blew up and they didn't, so I'm going to go ahead and categorize that under a no. Unless you count Sotek as one of the old ones, and potentially Sigmar as one of the old ones, in which case, yes, they did. And if you're a girl in Neferata's court, then prepare yourself for a literal eternity of politics and conniving and scheming to constantly try and be Neferata's favorite while not making yourself too pretty or too powerful, because if you do either one of those things, she'll have you immediately killed. So it's a very artful dance of trying to be respected and gorgeous and powerful enough that you have her attention and respect, but not so much that you make her envious and therefore she kills you so that she doesn't have to deal with a potential rival. Good luck, have fun. How do I think the Sotek spell should be reworked? It just needs to do a lot more damage. It needs to do more damage. Maybe it could leave like a giant poisonous trail as an area of effect that only affects enemies. And maybe when it's used, it could give a faction-wide buff to the lizardmen to make them not suck. Well, not that they suck, but like it could give like a massive melee attack and weapon strength bonus or a bunch of other garbage.
He says, what do you want them to do with the fantasy reboot and what do you not want them to do?
The thing I want them to do is I want them to go back to a time period we're familiar with. The thing I don't want them to do is pick some random frickin' stupid-ass time like the time of the Three Emperors, which a lot of people think that's what it is, but that doesn't add up right. Based on like the names we've been given and the factions we've vaguely been shown. I don't want them to pick some random time and basically start Warhammer Fantasy over with a bunch of characters we don't know and don't give two shits about. I do want them to bring back all the characters we know and love with new models and new focuses and really explore the full depth of the world. Maybe starting at like 2500 and then slowly work our way forward. Your dream of having a mommy vampire GF is gone. Not if you settled with like a lower member of the Lamians. If you settled for like a much lower ranked Lamian, no, you can totally have that. You'd just be like one of their brainwashed slaves all the time. But vampires in fantasy do have sex, despite the fact that they technically shouldn't have any. They are supposed to have dead bodies, which means they shouldn't work that way, but apparently they do. Don't ask me. The setting was originally written for teenagers.
Dwarves, ready axes!
Man, I hope they don't screw up the fantasy reboot. Like, I've literally had conversations in the last few days with people about other content creators about it, and I've heard people been saying stuff like, "Wow, I really hope they like do an unexplored era where we don't know anything," and I was like, "That sounds like fucking cancer."
We stay put. Dwarf warriors! Let the vengeance begin!
Let's have the Thunderers fall back. I'd rather make the slave legions here work for it. We'll continue to hold the walls over here because it's literally just a meat grinder with the slaves going into it. Actually, you know what? We probably can just fall back. Well. Ah! Alright, you lot, fall back to the point. I do not think we're in any threat of losing this base just because it's all slaves, which is just hilarious. Though that warp lightning is starting to get a bit on my nerves.
Dwarf warriors! Yes, yes!
Yeah, somebody kill him.
For the ancestor gods!
God, I will eternally hate how they designed the Warlock Masters. Like, the models are cool, but it bothers me so much that they're a melee caster instead of, like, a long-range caster. Like, I would have much preferred it, or even if they had to keep them as, like, melee-esque casters, I really wish they'd given them, like, warp lock pistols at least. Like, a warp lock pistol in one hand and then some kind of crazy weapon in the other hand instead of, like, their weird double fist system. Ericano EU, the reason you can't see the questions I'm answering is because I am streaming using Restream, so I'm on Twitch and YouTube, and my eyes get drawn to YouTube a little easier because whenever someone asks a direct question of me, like, my name flashes bright orange, but I am reading both chats. Does Warhammer lore have any epic bromances between two lords? Oh gosh, I'm sure it does. I'm trying to think of, like, who the best buds are. I mean, outside of Gotrek and Felix, but I wouldn't exactly call that a bromance. What lords, or what characters are, like, best buddies? I'd have to think about that a little bit, because Warhammer is a little bit chaotic and, like, insane of a universe, to the point that a lot of the characters didn't get the luxury of having those kinds of relationships. Oh, you know who were, oh wait, no, I guess not. I mean, probably the one true buddy cop is literally, like, Skarsnik and Gobla, but that's more of a master and pet relationship.
Yeah.
Which is not what you're asking. Somebody kill the Warlock Master. Activate the box. If we could kill him, I'll happily drop back the rest of the way. We're just having a really hard time pinning this asshole down and killing him, because that warp lightning is going to be a freaking nightmare. A Gracier of Ruin? Well, that needs to go away. Somebody kill him! He's got, like, less than 500 health left. I love this Gracier that's just, like, face-checking my Thunderers. Tyrion and Teclis? Well, they're literal brothers. I don't know if that counts. Like, they're twins. Altharion and Tyrion had a very friendly relationship. They were good friends. Because Tyrion was, like, the only person that didn't judge Altharion harshly for being kind of a jerk sometimes. Because he understood that Altharion had, like, seen some shit. Okay, good. That Gracier is dead. Alright, let's go! Fall back! Start falling back carefully in waves.
Give me vengeance! Forge father! Pull out! Dark ribbon! Warriors! Satisfy the grudge! The clans unite! Axes out, lads! Thunderers! The clans unite! We'll guard it! Go! Warriors!
Oh, get out of there!
Do goblins and trolls have any type of special relationship, like?
Not really. I mean, goblins... No, nothing like that.
Yeah, it's usually, I think it's like carrot on a stick.
Yeah. Or, like, beat them with clubs until they go the right direction. Fall back, lads. Fall back.
Those Dwarven lads!
We're almost to the safety area.
Dwarf warriors! Grudge thrower! For the cannons and core! Dwarf warriors! It is a reckoning! For the ancestors! Loud through! In short order! Will do! For the Black Market! Advance!
Love these weaker units kind of hold the line
Have a damn! Right
while our big boy units fall back.
Move! Ribs of power! I will do it! Vengeance! Miners! Consume! Our fire undimmed! Anu! Warriors! Rage far! Rage fast! Shifty! Rage far! Rage fast! Slay the Oathbreakers!
What about Franz and Lewin? Franz and Lewin were not really friends. There were many tested heated situations between Bretonia and the Empire.
Defiant and unbowed! Dwarf warriors!
It was actually very, very rare for the two of them to meet. The Warhammer Online and Goblin guys. Oh, Grumlock and Gazbag? Yeah, I guess you could count Grumlock and Gazbag. They're not strictly canonical, because they only existed in that universe. But yeah, I guess you could count them.
By Valea's will! They have wronged us! Move!
I mean, Gotrek Gurnison used to be really, really good friends with Ungrim Ironfist and his wife Kemma, but then Kemma asked him to make Gotrek's, to make it so that he could. Sorry, Kemma asked Gotrek to make it so that Ungrim could not fulfill his oath, his Slayer oath, because she wanted him to not die, and that did not go over well with Ungrim when Gotrek did not once but twice. Alright, we've got an excellent firing
Nothing can stop us!
battery here.
Good Lord! I am ready! Warlords!
Quarrelers, if you're out of ammunition, draw thy axes.
We losing!
If I were to rank the Dark Gods from least... Oh, hold on, let me check Twitch for some stuff for a little bit. Do I think all the Sky Titans have been eaten? Yes. Although Ogre Kingdom's mythology carries that some of the Sky Titans may have escaped on flying ships of some kind, I do believe that all the Sky Titans are dead.
It is a reckoning!
I had to talk about this earlier.
Yeah, we actually did talk about that earlier. What are my thoughts on Blind Eltharion? Super duper cool character. However, I don't think it needs to be Eltharion. If it was like a new character, I would love to have him in the game, but Blind Eltharion does not really have a place in Total War Warhammer. And that is a lot of slaves still coming in.
Grudge thrower! Move now! Shoot!
I don't think they have any more. I don't think they have any commanders though. No, they don't. It's literally just a slave legion at this point.
For the ancestors! Master of Gotrek!
And he does not have a lot of slinger ammo left either.
Warriors! Go through! Go! For Grimnir! Yes, Lord! Grudges of power! Attack! Kill them! For the High King! Anad! Thunderers!
If we can use our firepower to get rid of the slingers, I think we can hold. Just use some good old Dwarven tenacity. Oh wait, no, there's actually still a lot of slingers left. I don't know if we're going to be able to hold Gunbad at this rate. This is a lot of Skaven. It's not a big deal if it falls, though. It's a pretty low-level settlement. And Grombrindal's... it was more of just like a temporary hold until Grombrindal could take back Karazakarak, which he succeeded. What if the Gargants are Sky Titans? The Gargants from AOS? No, they're not big enough. The new ones are close to being big enough.
Take aim!
To the bitter end, Dawi! I need something for my guys to shoot at.
Relentless. Dwarf warriors! I will guard it! Kill anything without a beard! Then flee! For the High King! Quarrelers! Anew! Strike out! Aye, as you command! Thunderers! Fire! Reload! Fire!
Whoa, that's weird. My abilities on cooldown are not recharging any faster. Whoa, 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 that's not what I wanted. Keep fighting. Like, my abilities are... The fast forward does not seem to be working. Like, my units are moving seemingly roughly this... Is it work? I don't know, this seems off. Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3. Yeah, and the cooldowns are not speeding up either. What the hell is going on? This is a new bug. I'll have to save. Well, no, I can't save this replay and send it in to them because it's modded. I'll have to try this on Vimeo and see if it's the same case. Some magic could have really turned this battle around. Yeah, that's my problem with the rune system, is that the rune system is supposed to be equal to magic, and it's not. It's
nowhere near.
It's super dumb and lazy and horribly implemented since game 1. Yeah, time is literally not moving any faster. You broke it because too many Skaven? There's not even that many of them. I mean, there's a decent amount, but it shouldn't be that bad. Like, it's literally moving this. I feel like it's moving virtually the same speed it would be if I were just playing it. I mean, yeah, it's literally moving the exact same speed. Wow, okay. That is horrible. Never played dwarves. Do they have explosive runes? Dwarves have runes for everything. Dwarves have runes they can put on their war machines so that if they lose them, they detonate. They have runes that can make their war machines invisible unless you get close enough. They have runes that can make their axes throw from their hands and then come back like Thor's hammer. They have runes that can, like, cause things to explode into flame, or make their skin and armor as tough as iron, or cause the ground to crack open and, like, spew hot fumes and other nasty stuff as you collapse into it and snap your frickin' ankles. Like, they have all sorts of crazy stuff. Alright, I think we could just go ahead and surrender. I don't think we're going to be winning this. Like, this could easily drag out for another, like, 20, 30 minutes. But I don't see us winning it.
You didn't get over taxed. Not by this.
Well, it's just there's just a lot of them.
How many armies is that? That's
It's
not
four.
one.
It's 4 armies.
Oh.
It's 4 armies of 20 stack Skaven slaves versus a wounded garrison. With no, like, crazy OP abilities. Because Dwarf rune crafting sucks. Sweet Tater asks, who's your favorite Chaos God? Cold.
Nurgle. Most definitely Nurgle. Papa Nurgle. He, if he was available, he would already own my soul.
Dwarf warriors!
Nurgle does have a very convincing argument. Never feel pain or suffering or loss ever again. Just be like a jolly creature that can't feel suffering. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, let's just concede. It's fine. What are my thoughts on Emmerich the Dragon Lord? I think he's really fun to play, and he's probably a little overpowered, but as long as his AI isn't super overpowered if you're playing against him, I don't care. But he's very, very fun to play as. Looks like the slave bridge worked. Yep. Yeah, that was about, that was a little over 7,000 rats versus about 800 dwarves.
Well cooked, King.
A military alliance with Zufbar? I'll pass. I would rather we just confederate, bro. That is not what I wanted to have happen. Hold on. I'm gonna go back in time and fix that, because I'm not doing that. He tricked me! I was like, hey, we should confederate instead, and then I thought it was gonna be a, he rejects your offer, and instead he offered, hey, we should fight the vampire counts. It's like, no, I don't want to do that yet. I've got enough problems as it is at the moment. How did runesmiths work in tabletop? The big thing that runesmiths did for you in tabletop is that they were your hardcore anti-magic characters. They were all about, you know what? We're just gonna stop here for today. We've been streaming for a good long time. Well, it's because a part of my brain's like, I kind of want to try that siege again, because I wanna try a different strategy for defending it, because I think I can win that fight if I do it a little different. That being said, we have been streaming now for, let's see, OBS says 4.5 hours. So yeah, this is a good place to stop. I do want to thank everybody for joining me today. It's been a really, really good time. Whew. Excuse me. Goodness, I'm tired.
There's the yawn. I've been waiting for it.
I've gotten a lot better about that.
I know you have.
I do not yawn nearly as much on a regular basis. But I do want to thank you all so much for being here today. It was a lot of fun just kind of shooting the shit with Cold and chilling with y'all and getting to play some Grombrindal. We'll definitely be back with this campaign. I think I actually want to see this one through, because I actually am really glad that we managed to bounce back from Grimgor almost destroying us. It was suitably dwarfish. Oh, you said the Dragon Lord. Oh, you meant Arsenal. I don't really care about the Dogs of War, guys. You have to remember that I am a measly, I am only a measly 28 years old, and if you're my age, you did not grow up with the Dogs of War. The Dogs of War were basically already were mostly removed from Warhammer Fantasy by the time I started playing, and they were very, very rare to see. So I don't have any personal attachment to any of the Dogs of War. And I think most of them are kind of ridiculous and don't really fit in the modern lore. But that being said, I don't mind them making like cameo appearances and stuff. I know that's not the answer people who really like them want to hear. I just don't have a emotional connection to them. There's nothing, what's the word for it? But what's the word when you're feeling like, there's no nostalgia for me on the Dogs of War. Anyway, thanks again so much for coming by, guys. If you can, those of you over on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit the like button if you had a good time and if you were entertained or were just having a nice, enjoyed passing the time here. That does help this out a lot and helps me out a lot. And if you're wondering why my green screen looks like shit today, it's because one of my lights went out and I need to fix it, but I'll do that tomorrow. Thanks to Cold for being here, and I'll let him kind of say some words, and then I will do my final goodnight, and we'll be done.
Yeah, thanks for everyone for coming. You know, supporting Sotek. I appreciate it. A good friend of mine. I want to see him, you know, continue to stream and provide me with hours of entertainment. So your participation has always been very helpful. So y'all have a good night.
Oh, that was very nice. All right, so hope you all have a great day. Special shout out and thanks to everyone who was generous enough to tip today. Really, really do appreciate it. You help significantly, especially when situations happen like that where I have to replace light bulbs. So till next time, hope you all have a great night. I will be back. I'll definitely be back tomorrow with some more Grombrindal, but we might also play a different game in the evening if I manage to stream early. Like maybe we'll... I don't know. I'll think about it. We might do something. We might play a game with Cold now that I know he has a good PC. Maybe we'll finally do that. Maybe we could finally do that Divinity Original Sin 2 playthrough that we always wanted to do. That could be fun. Yeah. Any of it. Hope you all have a good night. And I've said that 1,000 times. Okay, I'll leave you now. Bye.